What's up, everybody? Welcome to another non-canon file. Today, we are going to be bringing you our summer 2023 anime review. It's a little bit different this time, but before we get into it, I am one of your three gorgeous co-hosts, Tanner, and with me, I have the illustrious
Bunkai Colt
and the illustrious
Ryoki Tenkai Wenzel.
Wow. Did you like how I used illustrious both times?
Yes.
No, it kind of threw me off and makes me think that you're just a piece of shit and I hate you.
Colt, can I see you to the side real quick?
No.
Everybody, this is the first for the podcast where there's some tension.
Oh yeah, there's never tension.
Yeah, nobody's ever. It's awesome. Nobody's ever been mad at somebody on the podcast.
Never.
We are, if you count everything across the whole network, definitely over 500 pieces of audio. I don't have an exact number. Nobody's ever been mad at anybody.
Yeah.
No. To be fair,
if you don't count the Would You Rather episodes,
it's probably like maybe 10 to 15 episodes where I've actually gotten mad. Not
really?
Many. Yeah, it's not many.
No, I wouldn't think it would be that high. 10 or 15 episodes.
Maybe.
What's the most angry you've ever been on the podcast?
I don't know.
You don't have to say
remember.
at who, but
I don't remember.
oh man, maybe 5 to 10 for me. Because I know like I can deceivingly sound like I'm getting angry, but I'm not. But like for me to be legitimately angry, there's been I'm pretty sure it's anywhere from 5 to 10. And
yeah, I don't hold my anger. Like I don't hold like remember to be angry or something. I guess.
Like I'm thinking back on all the which granted y'all both been on more episodes than me, but I think I've only truly have been angry on one episode ever, and I don't even think it comes across in the episode.
What was it?
It was it's our favorite episode, October.wav.
What? Really?
From 27. I was mad because I thought the idea was stupid.
Wow. That is not what I got from that. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you're curious about what we're talking about, go and listen to it. It's
go
good.
listen to it.
Don't
it's
listen to
it's
it.
6 years old. I also was not super thrilled about the first ghost hunting episode, but after listening to it back a couple of years ago, when I went back and re-listened to like some of those 2017 episodes, it's fine. I shouldn't have been like mad about it.
And plus, it was about the fun, the experience.
Well, I mean, I wasn't mad that we didn't find Ghost, Cole. Like that's
Tanner was mad. We didn't prove the existence of ghosts.
Yeah, I wasn't mad because there wasn't any fucking ghost. I don't remember what even because it definitely happened off mic. I don't remember what I dislike. I don't remember what it was.
It sounds like you were possessed by a ghost.
That's the thing is I don't remember you ever being mad. I remember everybody was having a fairly spooky time.
Yeah, I pulled out my fidget spinner.
Yeah,
that wasn't at the first one. That was at the second one.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah. Now the second one, I remember being a blast. Second one is still I would hold in high regard. But that's not, we're not here to reminisce about 5 or 6 year old podcasts. We knew that on any other episode. Today we are reviewing the summer 2023 anime slate. Now, different than usual is usually, we try to select between 6 and 8 shows.
Oh,
give you a first episode, like little synopsis rundown, and kind of like review it as we're going along.
And we try to, or I'm usually the one that picks them out, and I try to get the good ones or the ones that review well.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't feel like watching garbage because we've done that a few times before and it's just boring.
So sometimes watching the garbage can be fun.
It's fun sometimes.
And sometimes it's just boring. And we did watch some garbage this time,
yes,
and it was boring.
But we should say
some fun.
Today, we have 31 anime to go over. So, obviously, you're not going to get, I think on the fall episode, we went an hour on fucking Demon Slayer.
No, yeah.
We're not sitting here for 7 hours about to talk about all the anime of summer. But we are here to tell you about I would say, this obviously isn't every anime just because this already took a lot of time.
Yeah.
But I would say this is the majority of anime.
We got a huge just I mean, we got the lion's share, I would say, of this season.
Yeah, like hit all the big shows. But I mean, if y'all are ready, I think we should just hop right into it.
Why not?
I'll give you a little behind the scenes taste, though, for those wondering. Since we are only doing the first episode, I've been trying to make sure to do a little better about giving us an edge and making sure we kind of we're not caught off guard by what we're talking about and know what we're talking about. So I've included brief synopses about each show and also and we'll go into impressions and discussions about what happened in the first episode. Not everything, though. Again, this is not going to be a 7-hour long podcast. And
yeah, I will say Wenzel did a great job on the Google Doc. Greatly appreciate it. We may link it to this episode so you can kind of follow along with us, maybe.
Ooh, how about no
link?
Well, no link.
No link for you, actually. But our first show we want to talk about today is...
I just want to say, I did not expect Wenzel to watch this, so I do not feel bad if Wenzel didn't watch this. This is the only one that I've like, Wenzel doesn't watch this, this is fine.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also, just before we start, I want to say we wanted to do just new anime, but there are a few that we wanted to talk about that slipped through the cracks that aren't new. They're either like the second cour, as you're about to hear with this one, or the second season, but we will highlight those. The majority of these, I believe 28 out of 31, are brand new this season anime.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'll just highlight it right now.
Do you know the other ones?
Well, I was going to highlight the ones that are like cour and season 2.
Okay.
So, up first, we have Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War, cour 2. If you don't know...
4.
Yeah, cour 2 of 4. So, about a quarter of the way through the arc right now. And if you need like just a little synopsis, at the end of cour 1, Ichigo and Renji and Ruki are training, and that is pretty much where 2 picks up. As Ichigo and the Soul Reaper start training in earnest, the second cour, the separation, will follow the battle about to take place between them and the Wanderreich, led by, how do you pronounce his name?
Yuak.
Yeah.
I didn't know if the YH was silent. Because
so
I've only
weird.
heard it in Japanese. And I've only read it to myself. So the way I always read it is watch. And I know that's wrong.
That is not right.
I always want to say Yahweh because that's clearly what it's based off of.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Also,
the cool thing that happens in the finale of last season, we're talking about the second season here. If you don't want to hear this, skip ahead a little bit.
Yeah, well, I will try. I mean, I know we're talking about 31 shows. I will try to have timestamps for this stuff.
At the end of the first season, Ichigo confronts the past of character that we know of, and that's fucking, oh my god, what the hell is Zangetsu?
Yeah, his Zanpakuto.
Is Zanpakuto. He confronts Zangetsu, and turns out that's the spirit of Yuak from 1,000 years ago.
Yep. And it's so obvious too.
Because they look exactly like him, but he has no mustache in Zangetsu's form. But it's super cool because I remember reading the manga and I was like, whoa! I read it last year. Because it was so cool.
It's so funny. And Wenzel, I want to hear your take on this because I guess I never realized how, because it was just a show I grew up with, and, Colt as well. Like, we kind of grew up with, like, the Toonami era Bleach. Bleach has a Kingdom Hearts-esque, like, lore system to me. Like, there's so many different forms of magic. You have your Zanpakutos. Like, in the first episode, they mentioned Arrancar, which you would have no frame of reference what the fuck that even is. You probably don't even know what a hollow is. So, Wenzel, I'm interested in your take. Like, what the hell did you think about this episode?
I'll be honest with you. I committed a sin.
Did you not watch it?
I didn't watch it.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's totally fine because it wouldn't have made any sense to you. It would have been a waste of your 28 minutes.
No, I should say because like we originally talked about whether we were all done with watching the anime. I said yes, but then I was like, oh shit, no, I need to watch Bleach. And then I just kept forgetting to watch Bleach because I haven't seen it, so it's like it's just I don't care about it because I don't know anything about it. I have no investment, so I kept forgetting about it. And here we are.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. You would have been lost if you watched this. I will say though, I do feel like you can hop in 2,000 Year Blood War from the first episode and like kind of know what's going on.
Well, see, they did show me because I remember Colt had us watch the first episode of this, and I was like, "Yeah, this is cool," but I don't know what the fuck's going on, and I don't remember anything from that either. Well, I remember like 2 things, maybe.
Okay, well, Colt has a full collection of Bleach, so just steal it from him and read it all.
Okay,
it's really good read, and its art's beautiful. Kubo's got super good style. If he wasn't a mangaka, he would have been a clothing designer.
Oh
yeah,
wow,
I would say Kubo and Araki are like the two that like truly get like fashion.
Oh yeah, the really artistic side of fashion. Absolutely,
yeah. Like they get it. Yeah. Well, Colt, I will defer to you then. What did, as one of 2 Bleach boys here, what did you think? How do you think they started it? Because we are also, this cour is going to start introducing some anime only stuff to try to pad out, for 52 episodes. So we are getting some anime original stuff. I don't believe any of that was in the first episode, but I want to know kind of your thoughts on this first little deal.
I'm trying to remember exactly where the episode is ending because the manga is blending with the anime right now.
Yeah, so the first episode ends with them, I don't want to say coming out of the shadows, but essentially them like coming out of the shadows and being like, we're back in the Soul Society to wreck some shit.
Coming.
Gross.
Like the Wonder Reich.
Yeah. This shit, like, it's pretty good. It's good. It's setting up the actual fight that's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good because the new fucking leader, the Squad 1, he went back to the real world. He said, "Yeah, Ichigo's probably about to like get fucked. Like, he will never be able to come back here. So I'm just telling you." And like, he can't come to say goodbye. So goodbye.
He gave them passes to the Soul Society, though.
Yeah. They can come, but they're really about to experience one of the fucking biggest wars they've had in a while. So it's so nice.
Yeah,
1,000-year Blood War.
So 2 in the first part, like in this first cour, and we are going to try to be like being as vague as possible, but it is kind of impossible to talk about this first episode without talking about the first cour from last year. I believe the first cour from last year was in the fall, so it's been, you've had time to watch it. They kill off a ton of characters. So we've kind of had this restructuring in the Soul Society with new squad captains, new lieutenants, and just kind of a hierarchy in general. The Wandenreich come back and like they're here to finish the job. Like there's a saying that they keep going is like, after he lost the first war, it's like, oh, it's going to take 900 years to regain like my body.
I'll say the exact quote.
Go for it, Colt.
The confined. Okay. The confined Quincy. Quincy or Quincy?
It's Quincy.
Quincy King regains his pulse after 900 years. His mind after 90. His strength after 9 years. And in 9 days, the world. Basically. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
So where we're at right now is we're about to experience the reclamation of the world. And it's pretty sick. Because these are some of the most unique characters you're about to meet. I'm not going to say anything about them, but there's a guy with a hood that you can see like very vaguely in this episode that has some of the most unique stuff in all of Bleach. And it just seems like Kubo was just having a little fun with it.
Yeah, definitely, and we kind of get introduced to some of these characters last cour. Essentially, within the Wandenreich, there are 26 captains, each based off of a letter of the alphabet, A through Z. And like, just for instance, one of them the W is the wrestler.
Yeah.
And all of his shit is based off of wrestling moves. And he even has a little guy that's like the timekeeper, and he rings the bell for him before his fights. It's shit like that. But there's 25 other characters like that.
Yeah, it's super awesome. And there's like this group of girls that are like all super unique in every way. Their bit's pretty fun.
Yeah, they're essentially a Nazi idol group.
Yeah.
What a description.
Yeah, I mean it's no secret the Wanda and like the Quincy's in this scenario are Nazis.
Yeah.
Like all their symbolism is like Iron Cross, ton of crosses. They're wearing essentially Nazi uniforms, except they're pure white. They are, for all intents and purposes, Nazis.
That's wild. Reich is in their name. That's crazy.
Listen, hey, if Kubo's one thing, it's subtle.
Yeah.
But
it's even funnier when you think about how Ichigo Zanpakuto literally has swastikas to handle, but it's for the Buddhist symbol.
Yeah.
But yeah, first episode, banger. I will say, I mean, if you're watching this specific show, like this specific episode, you know what you're getting with Bleach. They're setting it up. You know what this arc is. I will say, if you're not on the Bleach train, you should watch the first cour and jump into this, because the episodes after this episode is just like top tier, like shonen battle anime shit. It's like, it's so good. It's like one character will get the upper hand. It's like, you haven't even seen my final form. And it's just that for like 25 minutes.
It's so fucking good. I'm super excited to watch these episodes. I was waiting to get my TV, to get a new TV to watch it, because I want to see that shit on the big screen.
Yeah, it's good. I'm completely caught up as of right now with this season. It's incredible. I highly recommend. Now is the time to get into Bleach.
Yes.
I mean, really, the time is like 15 years ago, but now is also the time.
Also, One Piece. Get into One Piece.
Yeah. Dude, this episode comes out. We're 2 days away from Gear 5.
Whoa.
We can't even talk about it.
Yeah. Whoa.
I know.
Luffy does a backflip.
Whoa. That's spoilers. Sorry.
I will say, Winslow, you're not in mine, Cole, and Patrick's One Piece chat, but Patrick sent something yesterday that there's a bar, and where was it? Puerto Rico or Brazil?
I'm looking at it now. San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Okay, in Puerto Rico, that's offering free drinks if Luffy wins the fight against Kaido when he goes Gear 5.
I mean,
which is really funny because it's just the manga. But
that's what?
What if they don't know the manga and they're like, when he wins, he's gonna. Oh shit! I shouldn't have said that. When he doesn't, we don't know if he wins. He just starts sweating bullets. I didn't think I'd be able giving out free drinks.
Well, it'd be, but like I don't know, it'd be kind of fun. It would be kind of fun though if he knew he would win and he was just like, oh yeah, everybody gets free drinks. Just
I mean, that's probably what it is. It's probably a promotion to try to get a ton of people in the bar to watch, because One Piece is also weirdly huge in like everywhere. Other countries like that. Kind of like Dragon Ball.
Fucking anime.
Yeah, it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z being super popular in Mexico.
Japan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's just funny. But yeah, Gear 5. Super
funny.
Are y'all ready for our next show?
Watch Bleach. Yes.
Yeah, watch Bleach. Also available on Hulu, or if you're out of the United States, is on Disney Plus.
Also, it's animated by Puro.
Yep. It's where they put that Boruto budget.
Are they the same studio that does Boruto?
Yup.
Holy shit.
I mean, they're the same studio that did Naruto Shippuden, so something fucked up happened for Boruto.
Yeah, they had interesting. Okay. Our next show, which is also available on Hulu, is Synduality?
Yes.
Noir.
Yeah.
Here's a little synopsis, because I hadn't heard of the show until we watched it. In a world long overrun by monsters known as Enders, humanity ekes out a living in... Ekes? Is that the word?
Eeks or X, I'm not sure.
Okay, humanity ekes out a living in isolated colonies guarded by combat mechs known as coffins. The pilots of those coffins sync with advanced androids known as Magus to defend the remaining cities and scavenge the ruins for supplies. I knew nothing about this anime. I actually watched a video, Mother's Basement, shout out, because they need the plug, of like the best anime from the season, and this was on there. Like, this wasn't even on my radar. I really liked it.
I didn't really care for it, but I like realized immediately this is toys. This is to sell toys because every single mech vehicle in this thing looks pretty cool, and I would not mind having them as toys.
Yeah, well that's isn't that what every mech?
I mean,
anime
yes,
really like.
But I found the story to be just the first episode didn't grab me.
Yeah, no, it's a very basic plot. So like, essentially, our main character finds a Magus that lost her memory. I mean, it's a very cut and dry plot, but I don't think if I'm coming in, like if I'm trying to get into a mech show, I guess I'm not, which I guess is kind of unfair to say, but like a show like this, I kind of just want cool action. I thought the action was really well done.
Yeah, I agree. It was, it was nothing too crazy. I think though, I'm kind of in the middle between you both. I like how the mechs look. I like the animation, and the monsters are
Yeah.
But it's not too bad. I'm willing to try out the second episode just to see how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I should mention though, this show, it's animated by 8-Bit. That's a studio. I should have really included their work, everybody's works in here, but I thought that would not be important. Anyway, 8-Bit. Sorry, I bring up 8-Bit too because they're the ones that animated. At the time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Oh, okay.
Season 2 though.
Oh, okay. I don't know. We didn't watch season 2 for that.
Yeah, so but yeah, because I knew there was something important about them, and also this is actually based off of a video game, Synduality. That's just what it's called.
Yeah, is the video game out yet, or is it about to come out?
Oh, let me see. God, you guys are making me look like such an asshole. It's not out yet. It's just supposed to come out this year.
Yeah,
it's coming for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X.
So I mean, Cole is right. They are trying to build like this sort of like merch selling empire.
Yeah, it's
for these mechs.
It's made by Bandai Namco, so it kind of makes sense. And they have a collaboration with Subaru.
Okay.
I will say, and we have talked about this extensively on anime review shows of the past, if you are not a fan of CG, you probably will not like this.
Won't like this, yeah.
Because the mech fights are 100% CG. I personally think they look fine. I mean, it's not like mind-blowing CG techniques, and the rest of the show is like traditional, whatever.
I totally forgot about this game. I'm looking at like gameplay of this. I remember when this was announced.
Yeah, the game looks pretty solid.
Sick. Yeah, I was very interested in this.
Yeah,
game.
I know. I've been wanting to say like the game actually looks pretty solid. It looks cool, and like some of the art that I've seen, like I don't know if it's for the cover or whatever, but like it looks really good. I'm like, man, I really like how this looks. Curious. Because I
was just expecting an anime art style when I searched up the Synduality game, but no, it's realistic anime.
Yeah,
but it's not cartoony.
Yeah, it's definitely like trying to make like the next big like merch selling property.
Yeah,
but also it looks cool. So like I'm not super mad about it.
I might check out a little bit more episodes if since I know this now.
Well, see, it's weird because, like I said, with the art and stuff for the game, the aesthetic is different. And that's what's kind of weird for me. Because, like, I mean, noir, and it's so weird, too, because it has noir in the name. The aesthetic for the anime is different or is separate from the aesthetic of the game, which I don't know what that exactly will do for people. Maybe I'm wrong. It's my opinion. But I definitely think that's also kind of a factor into like, okay, I do want to continue this, but I kind of wish it leaned more on the aesthetic of the game. So
And also, there's a manga spinoff that just began serialization like less than 2 weeks ago.
They are going all in on it.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
and a light novel and spin-off novel have been announced. So yeah, they're
this
definitely
better be good. This better perform well, or they're gonna be not happy.
Yeah, so definitely going in with it. Like I said, there's nothing too mind-blowing about the first episode, but I thought the mech like fighting was cool. And it kind of seems like if you want to be on the ground floor of like maybe this
big franchise.
Yeah, this next like big franchise, or again, it definitely seems like at the very least, probably going to be some pretty cool model kits come out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good because Bandai. So you're definitely getting model kits here.
You're definitely gonna get. I mean, literally, just if any sort of mech suit you see in this, I mean, you can just already assume that that's gonna get a kit.
I do like that the main coffin, I guess is what it's called, is definitely based off of like Ava 101.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just found that.
Also,
funny.
It's strange that the robots in the game are like more traditional, realistic, cold gray tones, while in the anime they're super colorful.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what I was gonna say. Like, because I don't mind when robots have a little bit of color, but like the aesthetic of the ones in the game that you see so far are like very junk-like, very
military,
rustic, very industrial feeling. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, I kind of like the aesthetic more. Now, the aesthetic for the anime is fine, but I just it's so heavily leans on its own kind of like I mean, you could say like probably like anime pop culture that like it's developed its own aesthetic, which I think it's fine. Got to see the second episode really to nail down how I feel.
Yeah, I'm curious now that I know everything else.
Now that you know they're making 12 other things for it.
Wow.
All right, up next, some people may be a little upset because this isn't a traditional anime, but available on Max. It's My Adventures with Superman. If you don't know, the story follows Clark Kent as he builds his secret identity as Superman while exploring his own mysterious origins, and Lois Lane, who is on her way to becoming a star reporter. Animated by Studio Mir out of South. Maybe Mir. It may be Mir.
It might be Mir. It might be Mir.
Yeah.
I think I think it's Mir because I think there's there might be like an accent I forgot.
Okay. But it's a studio out of South Korea.
Yeah.
So if you don't know, this is like the new Superman show that I feel like this has been announced forever.
Yeah, it's been announced for a while.
Because it was originally going to be on Cartoon Network, and then they were like, oh, it needs to go on. It needs to be like the bridge show between Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, and now it's just fully on Adult Swim. Like it airs at like midnight or something like that, but it's on Max is the easiest way to watch it.
Yeah.
We actually watched this together.
Watched a lot of these together.
But this is the first show we watched together. I think this to me, just based off the first episode, I immediately get there is a ton of like anime like influence in it, which is one of the reasons why we included it here. But also, I feel like the people working on this show get Superman more than people that have done Superman related projects have in like the last 10 years.
What are you talking about? Snyder Cut? Question mark?
He got you there, buddy.
Yeah, sorry.
So spoiler, obviously Clark Kent is Superman. I don't know. Just I know we already said that, but
did that have to be said?
But like, if you're confused, yes, the guy with the glasses is Superman.
Oh my god.
Just crazy.
I like how it channels the old Justice League cartoons where it looks like that. And I guess that's just how the Justice League / DC cartoons look in general. They also pulls from like Invincible.
I was gonna say it leaves a lot more, like Tanner said. There's like some kind of anime tropes in here. There's it definitely leans on like the Young Justice, Invincible style, with how their body types are. Lois Lane's hot. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Wenzel. So
You're
brave.
gonna be arrested for it. You shouldn't have said that because I said it. And I'm sending the cops your way because
I don't know why. I can't say a woman's beautiful. I can't say a
I'm
woman's
the
beautiful.
only one.
Anyway,
first episode's good. It's
it's
good. Nothing special, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like, no, I was just gonna say it's nothing special, but for this, it's been. So I had to quickly look this up. You know, you guys are really making me look like an asshole.
You're the one that's looking up shit. You could just not say anything.
No. You guys are making me look like a dick because I didn't include all this, even more research on this. I didn't include all this stuff. Now I have my balls out, and people are pointing and they're angry at me.
I'm thinking you did this on purpose. You like this.
The last time a Superman show, there was a Superman animated series, was its last air date was February 12th, 2000. So 23 years.
Jesus. Good Lord. Has it really been that long since a sole Superman animated show?
Yeah. Yes.
That seems absurd. That was like y'all's entire life ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Jesus.
Now Superman has appeared in other properties, obviously, but like a sole Superman show. So this is a big deal.
Yeah.
And the first episode's very basic. Now they do something new with him, and that is that he has to activate his powers, and the activation of those powers is new. Like, that's not I think there was only like one Superman ever that like has anything similar from what I've heard. But this is a completely new thing.
Yeah.
Which I have heard people are like divided between.
I mean, I could see that. I mean, like, because most of the time when you think about Superman, I mean, you always think about it as like, he is Superman. You know, there's no other thing. And we should say, we are saying transform, but this guy is still super buff and super strong and can fly. But when he transforms, it's kind of like a power up, essentially.
Yeah,
like when he dons the S. When he does, because it is a Sailor Moon-esque transformation.
Okay, that's spoiler. That's in the next episode.
Well, I haven't seen that episode, Tanner. What the freak?
Listen, that clip went around all over X. See it. Are y'all familiar with the social media app X?
Yeah, I love X videos.
Oh, man, I love X. Wait.
I watch all the stuff on X videos, all the new uploads and everything.
Yeah. So mine... Icon's not going to update because to update the icon has to be like iOS 15. I don't have iOS 15. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
I thought your phone was newer.
It is. Yeah. Well, my phone's 3.5 years old at this point.
What the fuck? You should
still.
Oh, wow. Do they really not update 3-year-old phones?
I mean, yeah, but it's an iPhone, so my battery is essentially shot. And if I was to update the iOS again, I feel like it would completely kill my battery. And I'm trying to wait another like 2 months till the new iPhone comes out at this point.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm gonna pop your other tires, okay?
Okay.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the transformation anyway, that's not what I'm talking about though. His Sailor Moon transformation. I'm talking about whenever he's about to go sicko, his eyes glow and there's like blue electricity around him. That's completely new for Superman.
Yep. Just like Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Colt's not allowed to do this podcast anymore.
Colt, did you watch Superman or Oppenheimer?
Uh-huh. We watched them together.
Yeah, what was your review of Oppenheimer again? I'm just curious.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Oh, that's why you said blue. For some reason, I just drew the correlation between the lightning. I'm like, yeah, I loved it when fucking Cillian Murphy just fucking Kaiokened.
You got it, Killian. It's Killian.
Fuck! I know it's Killian.
It's Chilean.
Oh my god.
It's Chilean.
I know it's Killian. I don't know why in my brain sees the word and it wants to say it's Cillian. It should be Cillian.
He punched you in the throat for saying that.
I mean, yeah, he would punch you in the throat. I mean, dude, you can't change.
Okay, first of all, he's 5'7". He couldn't even reach my throat. So let's get that out.
He's
right now.
Dude, he's Irish.
Have you ever seen Peaky Blinders?
Oh, I'm a part of the Peaky Blinders, eh?
You message from the Peaky Blinders.
I didn't even realize he was in the Peaky Blinders.
He's the main character.
Yeah, he's the main guy.
What?
What's he doing movies?
I like how me and Colt both said he's the main character.
Yeah,
because he is.
He is. No, I know. It's just we're synced up.
I forget how often y'all get together just to watch Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, we're real peaky heads.
Yeah, we go
every time I see y'all, I go peeky boo, and y'all go, whoa, spoilers.
Yeah, and then we also show up in vest and British news.
Yeah, and y'all smell like piss and
cigarettes.
And it's always fresh piss too, like
like
drenched in it. Actually, it's a little concerning. It's almost like y'all take each other's vest and piss on them and throw them on.
Yeah, almost like it.
This
okay. You know what? We can talk about this later. Does Peaky Blinders take place in current day?
No.
Are you fucking serious? No.
Have you not seen anything from the show?
No.
It's the 1800s. I don't know exact year, but it's
is it really?
The 1800s.
Hey, Tanner, let me tell you a little secret. I've never seen Peaky Blinders either.
It's like Industrial Revolution.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
It's Industrial Revolution England.
I did know somebody that watched Banshees of Inisherin and made it about halfway through the movie before realizing that it wasn't supposed to be like modern era.
That's good.
I mean, okay, to be fair,
they're just like that over there.
There's not a cell phone in sight, and there's like 15 people on the fucking island.
They're just like that over there.
They're just like that over there. I mean, to be fair, that's fair because there's no indication and the ambiguity.
No indication is the Irish Civil War.
You don't know that until like way later in the movie.
You hear cannons in the background and they show it.
That happens normally.
That happens normally over there, you idiot.
Yeah, Ireland is just constantly in a state of fucking war.
Well, for a while.
I don't know if you remember the 90s.
Yeah, I was about to say there was like a whole.
Do y'all remember the 90s? Cole, you were born in 99.
Bro, we have this thing called history books.
Yeah, like Colt reads.
Do you remember 9/11? I thought so.
Oh, dang. Got me there.
We need to talk about Superman. God damn it.
Yeah. This is a good show. It's good. I really want to continue watching it because the first episode was fun. Nothing special,
it's really
but
fun. We have a lot of cutesy little interactions between Superman and Lois Lane. Yeah, it's very fun. They use these CG robots that I thought was kind of cheesy. I was like, but
yeah, I would say borderline bad CG.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But the rest of the animation, and I thought the writing, at least in this first episode, kind of made up for it. My one gripe with it is that it very much leans into like, oh, Lois is like, oh my god, Superman saved me, but where's Clark? And then like it shows Clark, it's like, Clark, you just missed him. I'm like, the dude looks the fucking same. First of all,
they're doing the same bit. It's just
I know,
literally the whole thing.
I know but I really hope it doesn't drag on too long.
It doesn't. I can already tell you that. I saw a leak.
Oh. A leak.
I mean, it came out. It came out.
Why would you say that though on here? Okay, but to be fair, I definitely agree. I don't think that should be continued on for so long, just because normally, it just doesn't make sense, like to do that, especially with Lois Lane. Like, I mean, her character. Like, I mean, can she really be tricked for so long?
Yeah, exactly.
Should she be tricked for so long?
I mean, like their whole relationship, even this first episode, like Clark at one point's like, you lied to me. I'm like, dude, you're lying right now.
Yeah, like I'm like, literally, it's literally setting up for like she's gonna find out, and it's gonna be like, you lied to me, bitch.
Yeah.
So, good first episode. Definitely keep your eye on it. I am.
Yes.
All right. Up next, another show that barely made it in under the watch. This is available on Netflix. Is this like the first season they've done simulcast on Netflix?
No, they've done it with a few others. I don't know exactly. they are.
Because there's several shows this season that they're doing this with, but this show is only on Netflix here in America. My Happy Marriage, which here's your little preview for it. She is forced into a life of servitude by her abusive stepmother. When Mio finally becomes a marriageable age, is marriageable a word? I don't know.
Marriageable.
Her hopes of being whisked away to a better life suddenly crumble when she is given a precarious opportunity, an audition as a potential bride for Kyoka Kudo.
Oh my god!
Animated by Kinema Citrus.
I did not care for this.
I didn't care for it. I was bored. I was like, dude.
Yeah, I honestly I was bored with it. I will say the animation was great.
It's beautiful.
And I like the writing wasn't even bad, but it's like at least this first episode, like 90% of it is like a retelling of fucking Cinderella. So I'm just like, I've heard this story a million times.
Yeah, unless it does something crazy, like I mean, like Belle was retelling of Beauty and the Beast, and that was sick.
Yeah.
Like
did it in a totally different way.
This is not that, in my opinion. In my little opinion.
Now, Colt, I believe you really liked it, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it a good bit because I've been reading a lot of shoujo recently, a lot of josei, and it's a lot of romance stuff, and I'm really into that right now.
Wow. Yeah.
So this is like something that's right up my alley at this moment. So I'm into it.
I can
like to see it.
Okay. Are you gonna? Have you seen the second episode?
No.
Are you gonna watch the second episode?
I'm gonna try to.
Okay. Cool. That's cool. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's crazy though, because I don't think Colt's ever really been so much into romance stuff.
Yeah, I feel like out of all of us, I'm not saying I'm the huge like JoJo head or anything, but I feel like I'm usually the one that kind of pushes like, hey, this romance anime is really good. You want to watch it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then y'all ignore me.
I want more adult romance.
Yeah. Which I will say, and I think we actually talked about this while we were watching the anime together. This season kind of had a lot of that.
Yeah, like, it did. It had a good bit.
Like more than usual. And I don't know if that's just because we were watching more, but it definitely felt like this season skewed like more towards like, my lovers in class 1B. Like it definitely seemed skewed away like, oh, they're adults with jobs. That's weird.
You say that's weird, but like that's normal.
yeah. But I'm talking about like just anime in general. It's weird.
No,
okay.
No, you're right. It's definitely different, and no complaints here.
Yeah, not complaining because there's some romance anime we'll get to later that I liked more than this. But this, if you're into the genre like super hardcore, you probably will like this because it does have really good animation. And it does seem like maybe by the end of the first episode, it is leaning into different territory. But just like judging based off this first episode is almost like a 1-for-1 retelling of Cinderella. So,
and I imagine it does change it up because it's got a decent score on my anime list right now.
Yeah, no, I know a ton of people that are like super psyched about it, and as said, it only gets better. So, but we're also, we're only judging based off the first episode because if we had to watch the entirety of all these anime, I would have to not work.
I would
It'd be a while.
It'd be a while.
It'd be a little while. And up next, another show that maybe isn't like your traditional anime, and it's not really even a show. It's like a short series. Available on YouTube, we have Overwatch Genesis, which is the series is stylized as a documentary and explores the origins of the Omnic Crisis and the creation of Overwatch, animated by Blizzard. So this is like literally 5 minutes long?
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes, and it's a 5 or 6 part series. So it's all out right now. You can watch all of it.
Yeah. If you remember, I think the reason why we were interested in it is because a few years ago, right before Doomfist got added to Overwatch 1, there was this really cool animation that came out that rocked, and we were just like, why don't they make more of that? Well, they finally made more of that.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, we were literally every time we played Overwatch, we were like, man, like, because usually with Blizzard, they have these like Pixar Disney-esque, origin videos that are really cool. Don't get me wrong, but you can tell they're it's very like a lot of work and a lot of money probably goes into those. And not to say that doesn't happen for this, but it's like I would love to see this more. And I think it would also like because they also put out a 5-part series. So like I feel like they could put out more with this than their usual Pixar style stuff. And yeah.
Yeah, it definitely just seemed like they wanted to put something out in a different style, and that's neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a huge Overwatch Overwatchers, you know how it be.
Yeah, or Overwatchers, of course.
This I've only seen the first episode. I really, really enjoyed it because I love the lore behind Overwatch. It's fun, and it's especially good. I haven't seen the rest, like I said, but I'm imagining it's going to be really good for like supplementary content for this upcoming season for Invasion, where it's the Omnic attacking again.
Yep, it's going to be Omnic themed.
And John Cena.
Maybe. In a new support hero, but I should mention for those who don't know though, and also in this little short episode, we get introduced first up to Dr. Liao, and for anybody who does know, or if that name seems familiar, or who doesn't, that is the creator of Echo, one of the heroes, attack.
And she voices Echo.
She voices Echo as well, and the documentary style that they do is really cool because it really gives insight to what's happening. And one of the big things that's happening in this, so to give you again a background to what's happening, is they're making robots. Robotics are booming. Dr. Liao goes even further. They go even further where they make AI, and then that AI goes further to self-awareness, and that's where that's basically the foundation for the Omnic crisis, for when tensions begin to rise, because now all the robots have basically gained self-awareness, but now you have humans who are like, oh well, they're Omnics, so they're not people, so we're gonna treat them just like trash, or like robots, they don't count. So that's where you get the crisis, and that's where Overwatch is created.
And you get to see Reinhardt, Ana, and Soldier in the background in the first episode.
Yes, and I think at some point you see Torbjorn.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, you see Torbjorn. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. That's a different thing. My bad.
But
Cole was thinking of fanfic.
Yeah, it was Torbjorn in his beach outfit, but he was wearing the Borat thing.
Yeah,
Speedo.
Hey, yeah. Torb porn.
Oh yeah.
Why don't we get some more of that?
I'm on it.
All right. Are y'all ready for our next show?
Yeah.
Up next, we have now we're this next little batch of shows, unless otherwise, said, these are on Crunchyroll. Our next show is Am I Actually the Strongest? Little synopsis for you. A shut-in is reborn into another world with the promise of a peaceful life. Although born into royalty, because his magic appeared to be weak, his parents abandoned him without a thought in the forest to be devoured by monsters. However, his magic is actually inhumanly strong. This is anime by Staple Entertainment. Wenzel, I'll let you read your little extra tidbit. But I will say, like, on the surface and what it is your run-of-the-mill isekai.
Yeah. This is what I actually forgot about. There are some isekais that we will cover that I actually enjoyed.
Yeah.
This one, I didn't dislike it. I didn't like it. I felt nothing.
Go ahead, Wenzel.
The first part is memorable. After that, I don't remember the rest. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, it is your run-of-the-mill isekai. This baby, I mean, you can tell by the title, Am I Actually the Strongest? Baby comes into the world. They throw it into the woods. it gets into a fight with a wolf. The wolf then turns into a lady.
And then tries to fuck him.
And then the lady says, I need your seed to bear you. And the baby's like, hold on, I'm a baby. And she's like, oh, sorry, I'm a wolf. And then it time skips in the first episode. And then
they have a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. No. What the fuck's going on? You guys are not explaining this right. Okay. So this guy who gets reborn into this world, a goddess gives him his stats are 1,002. Those are his numbers. 1,002 out of 1,002. But when he gets born, the mage who has to check his power level, it shows 2 out of 2. And so they're like, oh shit, he's too weak. Get him out of here. And then the goddess immediately is like, oh shit, I didn't realize that this world that he's born into, their numbers only go up to 2 digits. That was pretty funny. And then whenever he's in the forest, he's just a little baby. He starts making barriers. It's pretty funny because he starts floating and he's like a magic fucking baby. This wolf lady comes up to him. He defeats her. She becomes his servant. She turns into a woman. Like they said, he needs milk. She's like, oh, well, I can give you some breast milk. But he's like, but you need to cover up. Gives her a leather outfit. Immediately takes it off. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, shit, dude. She has to breastfeed you. What are you fucking talking about? And she's like, no, we gotta fuck so I can give you breast milk. And I was like, oh my God. We were all like, oh fuck. Like, no. And that's what my note says right here. Wolf lady tries to fuck magic baby.
And that's what happened.
And that's the show, yeah.
I don't want to continue watching it. I won't continue watching it.
No, I won't.
It definitely seems like if you want like a bad anime to watch this season, again, we've only watched the first episode, but it definitely seems like if you want just a bad anime, you may get a couple of, chuckles in. This may be the show for you.
That's maybe why. I should mention there is more stuff that happens. There is a time skip. He is taken in by somebody along with his wolf lady servant, so that does happen. But other than that, there's not really much to go.
I think if you're allowing yourself one isekai this season, this shouldn't be the one.
Yeah. No.
All right, are y'all ready for our next show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Up next, we have. Is it Atelier or Atelier? I'm not sure.
I'm gonna say Atelier.
I believe
Atelier
it's
Ryza.
Atelier Ryza.
It doesn't matter.
It does kind of matter, Colt, because that's how language works, you racist piece of shit.
Damn. Atelier Ryza,
French.
Ever Darkness, and The Secret Hideout, the animation. Ryza is an ordinary girl tired of boring village life. She escapes the village to gather with her good friends in a secret location to talk of their dreams and plan thrilling adventures. So this also is a double-length episode. It's 48 minutes long. Right out the gate.
Oh, wow, Colt, you're cutting out like a motherfucker.
Colt.
Jesus
damn.
Christ. That's bad.
Oh,
cutting out. Oh.
I love how Colt said he's not cutting out at all on his end.
All on my end. It's perfect.
You don't.
You don't.
Awful.
Yeah.
Meow, 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 meow.
There we go.
Meow.
You sound better now.
Okay. As somebody that's actually played games that this is based on.
Whoa. You started to cut out a little bit again.
As somebody the games that this is based on. As somebody that's played the games that this is based on. Tell me what I don't cut out.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Because I would have just kept going.
Well, the thing is every time you said it, you cut out.
You cut out like barely.
As somebody that's played the games that this is based on, I did not expect this to be good because I think the story is very secondary to these games. It's fun. It's cutesy. It's never anything groundbreaking. It's a squad goes out to kill a creature that's fucking up an environment or some shit. Or some fucking garbage or shit. But you don't get the same experience as you do in the video game. Because in the video game, you get to find all these items, craft, and then the fun is the branching of the crafting system. And you don't get that here.
Yeah,
but you know what you do get? Lent wearing an absolutely slutty little outfit.
Yeah.
So Lent is our, I would say, male lead who is wearing.
No, because
he's just a dude.
He's the second male lead. Oh,
okay. Secondary male protagonist, but he is the primary male in this episode. Wearing essentially a crop top, and his pants are, I would say, down to his knees. I mean, they're not really, but he is showing a lot of hip. He has one arm fully decked out in armor. He's wearing like a half little cloak,
leather knee-high boots.
Yeah, leather. No, they're like thigh-high boots.
Thigh-high.
And then pants. It said in the episode, it's like, I don't have a mom, and it shows because he obviously dresses himself. It's embarrassing, but it's just like as soon as he came on the screen, I'm just like, he is wearing the sluttiest outfit I've ever seen on any character in any show ever.
And he wears less clothes, I feel like, as the games progress. So he's showing more chest.
I can't wait.
I can't wait because that's awesome. Also, Ryza runs like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's how she runs in the game. They did it pretty 1-to-1. That's pretty crazy.
That's hilarious. That is amazing. Tanner, what'd you think of this?
I thought it was okay. Like, again, I didn't think it was anything. Oh my god, he does wear less clothing in games.
I told you.
He loses the crop top. He's literally just wearing the jacket.
Wow. Oh yeah, he has a vest. I forgot about that.
It's a sleeveless vest. But anyways, I thought it was fine. I thought it was a good episode, kind of introduce or like three young characters to get mentored in their respective fields. I do find it really funny how one of our characters, whose name I can't even remember, is like, I want to learn how to read, and then the girl's like, I want to learn how to fucking do alchemy. I just thought that was funny.
Okay, well, he's wanting to read a specific language, Tanner. Okay.
Yeah. He knows how to read. He's a smart one.
Nah,
he wears glasses.
It's just funny. He's just like, I want to learn how to read. And the other girl's like, alchemy. If I had the option to learn how to read a second language or how to do literal fucking magic, I'm taking magic every day of the week. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Also, too, if you can learn magic, I'm sure later you can learn a language. You know.
Exactly right. Or
create a translator.
I mean, really though, like I would take precedent in that situation. Like, yeah, I would learn magic first.
Yeah, like let me learn a little. Yeah, I'll learn a little bit of alchemy.
I mean, look at Oppenheimer.
Yep.
But yeah, I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was anything.
Just said that.
I didn't think it was groundbreaking or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fine. I mentioned Oppenheimer because one of the alchemist character in here uses bombs. That's not a bit.
Yeah, he
uses bombs on like tiny little fairies.
Well, little fairies, blows them to fucking smithereens. It's so
and it
funny.
shows it twice, which is extra funny.
And then so Lent, the other two characters want to learn from this alchemist guy. Lent wants to learn how to fight from the other woman.
Again, also cooler than reading.
Yeah, and should mention too that it makes sense for Lent, who is slutty, to want to learn from the woman who has big ass boobs.
And in the game, they're even bigger.
Yeah, which was crazy. I was like, damn. Also, the way she was sitting on the couch is like, damn.
I will say her like default pose on the couch was like, oh, just time to sit down and relax. It was like, draw me like one of your French girls pose.
It really it was like damn.
It's really funny.
She's a baddie.
Yeah. Right. But it's fine. If you liked Ryza, sure, check it out. But if someone that likes Ryza,
play the game.
Yeah, just play the game.
It was, I will say, it was kind of boring for 48 fucking minutes. It was, that's my thing. I should actually talk about what I feel. It was kind of boring. I don't want to continue this. Don't ask me again.
Yeah, I will say with this trend of like pilot episodes being, double length episodes, or in the case of like Oshinoko, it was the length of 4 episodes. You have to be really freaking engaging. You can't just be 2 episodes put together. And
this was clearly that, because there was a cutoff point that could be good for fucking end credits.
Exactly. This was 2 episodes put together, whereas Oshinoko, which we talked about last season,
that was a movie.
I mean, it was a masterpiece. And there's another show we'll get to later that did it very, very well.
That did it so well.
I don't think this show, this wasn't it. I'm with Wenzel. I probably won't continue this. I am interested in the games though. Like, I'm interested in like the crafting system of the games and stuff like that. But I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't interest me as an anime.
Exactly. Like, that's the thing. It just doesn't. It seems like it has game mechanics that are only interesting. Not only interesting, but it seems the way they did it would have been better just as a game. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Are y'all ready for our next little show?
Yes.
All right. Up next, we have a show called AYAKA. Little synopsis for you, because this is an original anime series. Yukito Yanagi is an orphan who is originally from Ayakajima. I don't know why I was trying to add so many vowels. Made up of 7 islands where mysterious beings called Mitama and dragons are rumored to reside, but later left for Tokyo following his father's death. One day, he encounters an eccentric disciple of his father who turns out to be his childhood friend, Genji Sagawa. Genji later brings him back to Ayakajima. There, Yukito meets his father's 2 other disciples who protected the harmony of Ayakajima, which soon threatens to collapse. And this is animated by Studio Blanc. I thought this was quite fun as a anime original. So I always like to grade on a little bit of a curve for an original anime series, just because like this is like a true pilot. There is nothing to work on here. Like this is it. I don't think the premise itself is like super new or groundbreaking, but I am interested to see, like, because they introduce like a magic system in this show that seems to be like it will be neat. And Genji reminds me a lot of Gojo, which I don't hate, because he's just a funny little rapscallion.
Yeah, this is an original anime series by Gora. They or he, I'm not sure actually. I don't know their pronouns. But this is I think this is a singular person. That's their name that they go by. They do only original anime or animes, and yeah, I thought this was all right. I think the whatever it might be kind of interesting, because it leans a lot on elements and maybe divine interventions, because the beginning of it seemed fairly interesting with how the characters, these magic characters, how they were using it, and also how they were dressed. It felt very like religious, and so there's that. And yeah, it seems all right.
Cole, any hot takes?
I didn't like it. This is another one, like, I just was bored. Nothing was really grabbing me. I don't have any strong opinions about it because I just don't care about it.
That's fine. It wasn't the most unique thing ever either. So that's fair. It just intrigued me a little bit. Also, don't feel bad for not being able to say Ayakajima, right, Tanner? Because I mean that's difficult to say.
No, I said it right.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to say Ayakajima.
You literally just said it wrong.
Ayakajima?
That was right.
I said that.
He said it right the first time, yeah.
No, wrong.
No, he got it right the first time. Okay.
Wrong.
Tanner got it wrong the first time. So I take it back. You suck, Tanner.
Wrong. Yeah, the magic system seems neat. It seems to be based on, like Wenzel said, elements, but also like very long like incantations almost. like full sentences to cast spells.
Yeah, kind of.
And none of them really relate to each other. And then our main protagonist right now, he doesn't do that. He just gets thrown in the water and he blows up.
Yeah, he controls water, and that power is just an explosion.
Yeah, but I mean, interesting. I would like to see in episode 2, to see if I wanted to go further with the series. So I would say this is a win. I'd say check it out if you got a spare 23 minutes. There's worse ways to spend your time.
Yeah, like
watching Am I Actually the Strongest?
Or like worshiping Satan, am I right?
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. Are y'all ready for our next show?
Not that bad. Yeah, let's go.
All right, up next we have Bang Dream. It's MyGo. It's the end of spring of Anon's first year of Hanioka Girls Academy, and almost everyone seems to be in a band. In order to fit in with the rest of the class, Anon, who started school late, scurries to find band members and finds out that Hanioka's weirdo, Tamori, has yet to join any bands.
This one I actually enjoyed a good bit.
Yeah, so fun. This is like based off of like the hugely successful like Bang Dream franchise. Like this is just another one of those. Except from what I've seen, this isn't a spoiler, it's more rock focused versus pop focused. Which is kind of neat. But yeah, this is that. Like if you don't like idol anime where music is like the main thing,
good
probably not going to be for you.
Just looking at the history of this, what the fuck? There's so much, and it's not that old. It's really not.
No,
2015.
Old. Yeah, I was about to say Bang Dream hasn't been around for probably not even 10 years yet.
Jesus Christ, there's so many.
Yeah, there's like all the bands are like legit bands. Yeah, almost all of them.
There's VTubers. It's a whole fucking ecosystem.
There's a whole discography for all of them. It's pretty crazy. This is animated by the studio Sanzigen, which I think that word literally means like three-dimensional object, something like that. And because all of their shows are in 3D, which is what they do for this. It doesn't take me out too much.
Oh no, like I get used to it really quickly because everything is 3D, so it's really easy to get used to.
And it's also fine in a show like this because there's no action sequences.
Yeah.
Like so it never really has a chance to look janky, whereas if they were fighting, they could look a little weird.
Yeah, it's since it involves music, it makes sense for them to be in 3D because that probably helps for better like show of movements, So yeah, that makes sense. Tamori collects rocks and penguin band-aids.
Out of all the characters that I've seen recently in media that I'm like, yeah, they might be autistic, this one is definitely autistic. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
damn, I didn't mean to shut y'all up. Also, it's just a fun little thing because at the beginning of the show, there's like one of the girls, turns out she's really mean. And she's like, I don't want to be in this band anymore. And this new girl, Anon, is like trying to make her new band. Doing so, she talks to Hanioka's weirdo, Tamori, and Tamori's like freaking out, like, I can't be in a band. And she just runs away crying. And there's a scene in the episode where another bandmate saw her running away crying from Anon. And she's like, what the fuck did you do to her? And it's a misunderstanding, but if I was Anon, I would fist fight her.
Yeah, she was a punk bitch.
And that's where our episode ends. Like so it ends on like actually a pretty interesting cliffhanger.
Yeah.
So like I get that this is disconnected from like the rest of the Bang Dream stuff, but it seems like I don't know, it seems like a lot to get into.
It doesn't to me. It feels like you're not supposed to have the information on.
I was about to say it feels so disconnected because it's a different band, so it's a new storyline. That wouldn't really matter. Because I should say at the very beginning of the anime, we get a Tamori, the weirdo girl, and there was like God, there was like 3 other people, so it was like total of 5 people in a band. Like Colt said, one of them was being really mean. It was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. And this other girl was just like, I've never had fun. And the other 3 girls are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're like, oh, this is news to all of us.
Yeah. And so they all want to do this band except for 2 girls. And it's just like, okay. So they break up, and that's where you kind of get like Tamori being weird about bands, is because it was kind of traumatic for her, because this girl was just being so mean to her, and then Tamori staked a lot, from what we can tell, into this band. I mean, she even says that she's been practicing and doing a lot of stuff so much.
Yeah.
So and then Anon just comes in, and then it's like it clearly sets up like, oh, she's gonna get the band back together.
Yeah. Well, and Tamori, when Anon asked Tamori to be in the band, Tamori's like, oh, well, will we be in it forever? And Anon's like, oh, haha, funny. But Tamori is like hurt that she doesn't say yes.
Yeah.
So that's like where you get this confrontation from, where Tamori's just like non-understanding of like Anon being like, well, I don't know if it will last forever. And it's just like, it's like 2 different worlds. So that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, I would honestly probably watch the second episode of this. Like I am kind of interested. And again, knowing it kind of leans more into rock as opposed to pop also kind of interests me. Because most of the idol anime that comes out is pop music. And I love pop music, don't get me wrong, but there's only so much you can listen to. I would be interested to hear like a rock take of it.
Some would call this pop rock.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Definitely gonna check out some more episodes.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out that second episode because I am I'm fairly interested in it.
It seems neat.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Up next, we have Classroom for Heroes. Long ago, a powerful demon lord ruled over the people until an equally powerful hero rose up to defeat him. To counter future threats, Rosewood Academy, a school for heroes in training, was created. Today, Rosewood Academy enrolls only the best of the best, and
Ernest.
We'll put Ernest, but it says in the show her name's Ernest.
Yeah, that's what throws me off.
Okay, well, we'll say Ernest Flaming is the best of them all.
Yeah.
And Blade the Vampire Hunter, even though they're not a vampire hunter. Just his name is Blade.
His name is Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which kind of threw me off, where it's like, oh, here's the protagonist that looks a little different than everybody else, and his name is Blade.
Yeah.
It's not Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of interesting. Like, I was like, that's a way to stand above the rest.
And
Blade.
And it feels I should say, it feels, I don't know, it feels kind of on the nose for some reason. Just because at the very beginning of the episode, we see like they said, the demon lord and the hero kill each other basically at the very end. And the demon lord has black hair and the hero gains white hair, and it shows them dying and it shows their blood mixing. But then we cut to Blade later, who has black and white hair.
Yeah.
So it seems like, okay, there's something there with that.
Yeah. But Blade is like played in this first episode as solely being the hero, like having the hero's memories, and all Blade wants to do at this school is to make 100 friends. He has no interest of like actually being the strongest or the best, but he also just is.
Because, ripped it straight from Comey.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a show if he's not the strongest. So he is the strongest. And this first episode is really about him building his relationship with Ernest, who is played as like, yeah, I'm the number one in the class, and I'm the strongest, and I'm a bad bitch.
I don't like you, but if you show me a little bit of attention, I kind of like you. But I won't say it.
This hot take, I think this is one of the worst ones we watched. I really did not like this one because it was a bunch of stereotypical anime tropes and like fan service was weirdly everywhere.
Yeah.
And it was not good. I found myself like a little mad at it. It wasn't fun.
What?
I did not like it.
What?
Did I say something too spicy?
What?
No, because I'm kind of in the same group as you, Colt. Like I didn't hate it, but definitely very tropey, very. I mean, it seems very basic. The animation isn't like anything to write home about either.
No,
so
it's not great.
It doesn't like it like that doesn't draw you in. It definitely just feels like you're run of the mill. Like I don't even want to say shonen-esque, but it seems like
I'm like a fake anime
sort of deal.
It's your run-of-the-mill fantasy shonen, high school, like that is pretty much what it is.
It's something that the main character of an actually good anime would be watching in the background.
You know?
Oh wow!
That
is
weirdly specific and also correct.
That is perfect because
what anime universe do you think Classroom for Heroes is an anime in? Because I already have my answer.
Probably. Ooh,
it has to be Jujutsu Kaisen.
I was thinking of Erased.
I was gonna say My Hero Academia.
Y'all couldn't imagine Itadori sitting in the basement watching Classroom for Heroes.
He's got better taste, so no.
No, he doesn't.
Whoa!
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
He'd be watching King of the Hill. That's better. No way in hell you're saying this is better than King of the Hill. Because if you are, I am ending the podcast.
How am I supposed to know what King of the Hill is like in Jujutsu Kaisen world?
Badass.
I think we're at a stalemate because I really don't know.
You said Erased? When would they even have time to watch anime and fucking Erased?
When it's a flashback to the kids when they're playing?
I was about to say, why did you say Erased out of
That's such a weird one.
Because I feel like you could see them playing with the toys or see it in the background. It's not a main focus. It's a background thing. It's playing on the TV.
I feel like for something Erased, though, if they're going to show something on the TV, it's going to be something that correlates to, like, the overarching theme or story.
Yeah, CNN.
Yeah, they're going to play the documentary about the West Memphis 3.
I mean, probably. That show was fucked up.
They're not going to play that because there's really bad stuff in that.
What? Okay, but really bad stuff happens to the kids in Erased.
You don't see it.
What do you mean I don't see it? We watched it together.
You don't fuck with the vision.
You see dead children in the documentary. I'm bringing the mood down. Let's move on. Something else.
No, we're not moving on. I should mention, I say My Hero Academia because a powerful demon lord. Also, it seems like something fake that'd be watched in the background. And guess who wants to be a demon lord in My Hero? You guessed it, Deku.
I was trying to think, and I couldn't think of anyone.
Yeah, I was like, who?
Wait, really? He says it in the manga and now the anime. All for one. It's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. He says it. He says he wants to be the world's most powerful demon lord.
Well, he was kidding.
Yeah, he's joking. He's doing a prank.
Anyway, at some point during the Classroom for Heroes anime, we all screamed, "Why was she naked?" Whatever Ernest was in this kind of I don't know, soul battle with this demon.
Oh yeah. Why was she?
Because her soul's naked. I don't know. Why are you asking me this stupid fucking question?
See, we said that we were like, oh, it's her soul. It's the representation of her soul. So obviously it's not wearing clothes. But then it came to, and she was just fully naked.
She was fully naked. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So it was just like, that's where the fan service comes in. It's like, also, okay.
Also, too, to show that she changed after conquering this demon, she lets her hair down.
Yeah. That's how you know she's nice.
That's how you know.
But yeah, that's basically all to be said about this show. I mean,
it's a show.
Even the character names are very Ernest Flaming. Her element's fire. Holy shit! Who could have saw that coming? Our main character carries a sword. His name is Blade. Oh my god, wild.
Ernest is Ernest. What?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
All right. Do y'all want to take a little break before we dive into our next little batch?
Why not?
All right. And we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the anime. We're back. And still the same day.
Yeah, we never even left.
Never even left. So we ready to get back in the anime?
Always.
Yeah,
Winslow, are you ready?
Said yes.
Yes,
Yippee!
what? Guess what? All right, Colt, continue.
Up next, we have the Fate/Strange Fake.
Yes, please.
Whispers of Dawn. This is a new spin-off of the Fate series. It's in its own universe. And I'm just going to give you a little rundown of what this is about. Fight for the control of the Holy Grail, an omnipotent wish-granting device said to fulfill any desire. Years have passed since the end of the Fifth Holy Grail War in Japan. Now, signs pretend the emergence of a new Holy Grail in the Western American city of Snowfield, Alabama. Just kidding. It's in a city called Snowfield.
It's definitely supposed to be based off of New
California.
York.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be New York.
Yeah, Nebraska.
That'd be crazy. It was like based off of Omaha, Nebraska. And Colt, you also did one of my biggest mistakes I always make while reading. You said omnipotent and it's omnipotent. It's just really funny because I also always read it as omnipotent. I don't fucking know why, but I just always do.
Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't say that. Animated by A1 Pictures, you know, the usual Fate animators.
I want to get out in front of this. So this is a 55-minute like standalone thing.
Yes.
I think
it's
it
a
originally. Yeah, it's like a prequel series for Fate, but didn't they originally screen this at like Anime Expo or something?
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah, so it just like became available to, all of us. But they are adapting this into a full series later on. I would assume probably next year at some point. Do not believe the lies. That is, you can watch this with no prior knowledge of the Fate series, as all three of us did.
Yeah, I did plenty of Googling, looking around saying, like, can I watch this without knowing shit about it? I mean,
yeah,
you can. Nothing's stopping you.
Yeah, you can and still enjoy it. There's just going to be shit you don't know what it means.
And that shit is like 60% of the thing.
I wouldn't say it was 60%, but there is probably a 10-minute stretch in the middle where it's like every other word is like fucking French. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Where I don't understand because like Cole, I'm pretty sure we probably read the same stuff, and Winslow, I don't know if you did, but I like on the official Fate subreddit, it was like, yes, you can watch this with no prior knowledge of anything Fate.
Not really true.
I just don't believe that to be true, but you can still enjoy it. As
yes,
all of us did, because I had a blast with it, and it makes me want to get into Fate, and I would love to watch or read or whatever the stuff I need to properly grasp the situation that is in this show. But from an outsider's perspective, I still had a ton of fun with it.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it too, but like Tanner didn't really understand. And immediately after this, I went on Crunchyroll and added the almost the entire series that's on Crunchyroll to my watch list because I want to get into this so bad. I immediately looked up how to watch guides, watch orders, and it's pretty hard to actually find watch order.
Yeah, because apparently there's not like a consensus order to watch it.
Yeah, but from what I can tell, Fate Zero, the 2016 or 2014, I can't remember exactly the year. Not Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night. And then Fate Zero is the prequel to Fate Stay Night. It's a whole Kingdom Hearts like system of naming stuff.
Yeah,
there's so much,
and the timeline is so convoluted in like the Fate universe as well. Like I know we talked about earlier, like talking about like hopping into Bleach. Like say if you hop for some reason randomly hopped into Cour 2 and not understanding it, it'd be like Kingdom Hearts difficulty. This truly is like Kingdom Hearts level of like timeline fuckery. Like you can still watch this and enjoy it, like like we said. You're just not gonna get everything you could out of it if you have no prior knowledge of the Fate series.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing Kingdom Hearts 3 without playing anything else.
See, I think it would be more similar to playing one of the weird spin-offs first.
Yeah,
like it'd be like if you played
card
like
game.
Yeah, like playing the weird mobile game, like playing like Kingdom Hearts Chi first, or playing like 358 over 2 days first.
Yeah. It's not a bad experience. It's just
I just got another message from the the lady I was telling y'all about before we started recording. She keeps sending me screen grabs of people's contact information.
What the fuck?
Oh man.
But yeah.
Also, this is on Letterboxd too. If you want to pad your stats, this was my 100th thing on Letterboxd this year.
I think it was like my, I don't know. It's up there, 80 something.
Yeah. Winslow, you have any thoughts on Fate before we move on?
Is he there?
Yeah, I'm here. I said yesterday I'm not gonna say anything for this, so.
I thought you said you were gonna put your opinion.
No. Never.
Okay, that's salty.
That's no, I'm just trying to think, like, what were you guys' favorite scenes in it?
When that one dude put his lance to the sky and made a giant key, I really liked that. And whenever the girl made a like an explosion and it sounded like a pot getting hit, very unique sound effects.
Yeah, the sound design, like that's the one thing I've always seen like on anime TikTok, and like if you ever watch like a top 10 anime battles of the year, there's always like some random fucking battle from some whatever that year's Fate show is that I've never watched, and the sound design in their fights are insane. And this one, it gives you a little teaser because this is supposed to be, from what I understand from A1, this is supposed to be like a proof of concept showing that they can make this a full anime series. So like they didn't give away too much in this, but like the little fight we get towards the end of the episode, I really like. Like I think the sound design in it was cool. The animation went dummy hard. And also like I don't know if it's because it is a proof of concept, but at one point like it goes like all white and it looks almost like sketches, and I thought that was pretty cool. So but I again I don't know if that's just because like if that was like an actual like choice being made, or because it's a proof of concept and they literally just didn't finish it. Like I don't know, but I thought it was cool either way, and I thought it worked well within the context of what it was.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I like the historical aspect of it.
Yeah, all the guns.
Well, no, because like all the characters. You guys haven't talked about the historical characters. I've been sitting here. I'm like, when are they going to talk about what happens in it? You guys haven't talked about what happens in it. Like
you're here for a reason.
Well, I mean,
okay, I mean, no, because I've been sitting here and there's two of you and none of you have talked about it. Like what happened? Like it's crazy shit that happens in here. I mean, literally, one of the main guys gets a knife. The knife. What is that knife? Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, and they also mentioned Napoleon too.
Yeah, they mentioned Napoleon. So that was like that's what was crazy about this. Was like it was literally like they've been trying to summon different spirits, and I'm like, okay, but it's like not just spirits. It's like spirits, humans, from Earth's history. And I was just like, holy shit. And literally the first guy that summoned is like the King of Heroes. And I was like, oh, that's probably King Arthur. But no. And what threw me off was the blonde hair. No, it's Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Gilgamesh, like, so from a historical standpoint, Gilgamesh is considered Earth's first superhero. And so when they summoning him, it was like he's like a very, very strong person. So that was pretty crazy. And then like they said, there's that fight between Gilgamesh and who I didn't look up how to pronounce their name, and it's been so long. It's but their name is Enkidu. And if you don't know, but in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu was Gilgamesh's best friend. And Enkidu is basically the first depiction of a wild man in human literature, which is basically somebody who is like one with nature, not untamed, uncivilized, stuff like that. And they're both like basically Enkidu was created by the gods because they were pissed off at Gilgamesh, and he was sent down to go and fight Gilgamesh. And they did fight, but after fighting, they became best friends because they respected each other's strength so much. And this is just from like the story. Like this has nothing to do with like the fate stuff. Like this is just from actual like literature.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I had no idea that they were based off of. I mean, I knew Gilgamesh, obviously. I didn't realize. How'd you pronounce it? Enkidu?
That's how I think it's pronounced.
I didn't realize they were also based off of somebody from Gilgamesh. I just thought it was like a fate thing.
Yeah,
which I guess I should have realized it was probably somebody from history again, because they were like, "Oh, we have to bring Napoleon back," and also my knife's Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, no,
and Jack the Ripper. I know we have a friend that was into Fate series, and I remember talking to him, and he would tell me about like historical figures, and I was curious. And Oda Nobunaga is in this series somewhere, and it's an anime woman.
Oh,
so they just have fun with it too. So
yeah. I think it's interesting too, because Enkidu in this scenario is also feminine, but somebody pointed out that they were whenever they realized Enkidu was summoned, which by the way, Enkidu was summoned by a dog, which I thought was cool.
A dog that was like getting abused by their owner.
Yeah, and so they only refer to Enkidu as it because from the actual story, Enkidu again was made by the gods, but he was shaped out of clay. But in the Fate story, they're feminine because it's kind of, this is where we get divergent, because in the actual story he's a man. But he meets a prostitute called Shamhat. And Shamhat teaches Enkidu the way of the world and how to be human and stuff, and he becomes a man. But I guess in this scenario, Enkidu adopts a more feminine appearance, but they still meet Shamhat because they mentioned Shamhat. So when Gilgamesh is talking to them, they mention Shamhat. So I'm like, oh, well, like it's like legit, like going the same way of the actual story. And then they also talk about Uruk. Uruk was the city that Gilgamesh was the king of, and Uruk was an actual city in Mesopotamia, one of the first cities for human civilization. So and like that whole battle was insane. Like literally just them both throwing everything they had at each other, and it was just literally just a fun little bout for them. Like that was so crazy. And then whenever Gilgamesh is like, here's the final blow of the night or of the evening, and fucking makes a crater in the earth.
Yeah,
that was crazy, dude.
It's sick. And that's like how the episode ends too. Like it ends on such a cliffhanger, and knowing we're not getting any more till I would say probably spring or summer next year at the earliest. It's so frustrating because I'm like, God, now I want to get into Fate, but also knowing there's so much Fate stuff I can watch.
Well, and I should mention too at the very beginning of this, when Colt says I'm a little salty, it's because last night I was like, I did so much research for this. I kind of want to talk about this and this and this. And Colt was like, No, you can't do that. You can't talk about that. That's
I just
spoilers.
don't. I'm
and
saying
Tanner,
I didn't want to be spoiled.
Tanner was the same way too.
If you want to talk about it, you can. I just
shut
want to
shut up. Hold on. Shut up. No, I'm saying you're right. It's completely fine. You're right. That's why I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just saying that was why if it seemed like I was salty in the beginning, it was because of I was just referencing what happened last night because yeah, I was gonna go into so much, and then they were like, "Yeah, you probably shouldn't talk about it." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, I just won't. I won't."
But I do appreciate you bringing the historical, because I didn't know any of that about the Epic of Gilgamesh because I've never fucking read it.
You haven't read it?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
when would I have read it?
Oh, in class.
Colt, you didn't read it either.
Yeah, we did.
You did not read it.
We read it in PE.
No.
We just learned about fucking archery in PE.
Oh.
But oh gosh, and there was something else too. Oh yeah, also the guy getting fucking gunned down by America
multiple times. Or well, not that guy in particular, but there's multiple scenes where the guy just raises his hand and a fucking SWAT team just comes out and obliterates somebody.
Yeah. And the animation for the guy's heart when it reveals that the body that they killed was just a puppet, I was like, that's really good.
Yeah, I've never seen like a heart in any show like animated like that, and I get that it was a fake heart, so I guess they could have a little bit more fun with it because there was like strings and like mechanic stuff to it.
Yeah,
but it was still like really neat. I was like, man, that's like weirdly a lot of detail. Yeah, it was pretty sick.
Yeah, it was pretty sick.
I definitely want to get into Fate. I would love to like get together and us like watch, I don't know, I guess the beginning or something, because I was really interested in it. And like I said, I've only heard good things about Fate. It just seems like super daunting to get into.
It's not as bad when you separate the storylines, because there is a Fate online game anime story, and then there's the original Fate game visual novel story with the Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I will say though the game stuff, because it was funny because somebody pointed out when I was looking stuff up about how when Gilgamesh was summoned at the very beginning of the episode or of the show, there was a rainbow, like not halo, but like a rainbow kind of like color around the summoning. And that was like they were like that's a reference to the game whenever you're gonna get a great summon or whatever.
Yeah, I think I saw that same post because they were talking about the rainbow is supposed to signify like a ultra like rare or something.
Yeah.
I know that fake gotcha game does fucking boatloads of money because that's like the one gotcha game everybody or people I follow on Twitter always post about.
It's the only reason why the anime has such high quality fucking animation. They pay for it.
I should mention too, this Fate Strange Fake it actually started out as an April Fool's joke.
Oh, yeah, funny. I think I don't remember do you have like the context why it was an April Fool's joke? Because I saw a post where they said it started as an April Fool's joke, but then it became real. But I could never really find like any reference to how they April Fool's it.
Literally, it was in the mangaka or whoever dropped it in there. They were like, oh yeah, like April Fool's, this isn't real. But then it got so popular and so many readers were demanding of it that it got serialization.
That's sick.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, and I could see why, because if literally what they showed in this first little kind of teaser episode, I guess, if this is what they showed in their April Fool's joke like comic, I mean, shit, man, I'd be sold too. Like,
yeah,
because I'm curious how different it is from the original, because I don't know. I think the original is still about a Holy Grail thing. So
yeah, because like every like, are you talking about like the original like April Fool's like?
No, I'm talking like Fate Stay Night. I think it's
the original
Holy Grail.
Just the whole series.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I think like from what I've read is like every single series is like a different Holy Grail war. So keep in mind, so like it's like as Colt said from the very beginning that like um this is after the fifth Holy Grail war. But what makes this different from everything else is that this isn't like a oh gosh, this isn't a numbered Grail War. This is what's known as the fake Holy Grail War. Which was what kind of confused me initially when they were talking, which was one of the things I had to look up because I was like, because they're talking so much. Like Tanner said, it was like there's so many different terms, and this is one of the things they're talking about. Is that this war is the fake Holy Grail War, and they are trying to make it into well, they're trying to keep it fake, but they're also trying to make it real. And but what makes it separate is that there's only 6 classes instead of 7. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, they pretty much said, "Oh, well, because we're in America, there's only 6."
Yeah,
like that's literally the explanation for it in the episode. The guy's like, "Oh, you didn't think that the fact that we're in America, there's only 6 classes." It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Berserkers. There's like warrior classes.
Yeah, but there's just one less in America than
I imagine
there
it's like
is
samurai or something. I don't
know. Okay, wait a minute. I was gonna explain that, but you said I shouldn't explain that.
I just know vaguely that is a thing. I don't know shit about it.
I looked it up. I know the classes. I can't tell you what exactly they goes on in them, but I mean, so far from this, we got introduced to Assassin and Berserker.
Yeah, because we know Jack the Ripper is a Berserker,
which was kind of crazy. He wasn't I know that for a lot of people that must have been a surprise, but for his brutality, that makes sense. God, that's crazy.
I think Jack the Ripper is a little girl in a different Fate series.
Couldn't tell.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I find it interesting though how like as far as historical figures go, like there's a ton of anime that always used like Jack the Ripper, like because as soon as Jack the Ripper came up, I thought about Jack the Ripper and Record of Ragnarok. I don't know if either of y'all have read or watched.
Really, he was in Record of Ragnarok.
Yeah. I mean, do y'all want to spoil? I will. He fights Hercules in it. But his fights against Hercules.
I don't want to spoil.
Is it just warriors?
Yeah, well, Record of Ragnarok is like they're picking 12 quote unquote champions from the human race to fight 12 gods, quote unquote champions of the gods to save humanity. Because the gods are like, oh, let's just get rid of all humanity. And they're like, oh, let's give them a fighting chance. And it's like the third battle is Hercules versus Jack the Ripper.
That's crazy.
It's pretty cool. I definitely recommend reading it because the anime it's one of those weird, like, kind of like Way of the House Husband scenarios where, like, it's not like it's like a slideshow almost, which seems weird because it's such a high octane,
that's like weird
battle anime. But I would definitely recommend reading it because the art is fucking insane.
Highly recommend it. No, I've been meaning to check it out, and that's crazy too because Jack the Ripper's also in Soul Eater.
Also, like, I mean, shit. I mean, Jack the Ripper too, like, I mean, is in JoJo's the first part.
Oh yeah, he is. Yes. Oh my god.
I was like, I know he's in one of the parts. I think it's the first one, but yeah, it's the first one.
I mean,
but yeah, it's just weird how Jack the Ripper always pops up.
It's because it's the British killer that everybody knows.
Well, and because for the longest, I mean, even still now, we don't have like well, we do. He was very like he's shrouded in so much mystery. I mean, they didn't even know what he looked like. So like they could kind of attach any image to him. So he's very much like ambiguous in that sense. Yeah, man. This oh god, and there's like a bunch of name like heroic spirits, noble phantasms, servants. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. What I think is interesting though is America is part in this, and that is that they are creating a fake Holy Grail War to sell as a product to other countries.
Yep.
That's fucking crazy. So I'm hyped for this. This is like super fucking sick.
Yeah, no, it looks real because it's pretty much like all the ridiculousness of like a over the top fantastical battle anime, but also like Jack the Ripper's in it. Like I don't know what else to say. Like there's also like Napoleon's going to come in at some point.
Well, like not only that, Gilgamesh is okay. So I was gonna make a joke about Futurama, but I got so salty last night that I was like, I'm not gonna make my joke or my reference to Futurama now.
Let's hear the Futurama joke.
Okay, so in Futurama, there was an episode where Bender becomes a hero. He's like a firefighter, and at some point, a flame monster from the sun comes down and starts burning shit. And he tries to stop it, but nobody believes him, so he exiles himself. But eventually, through like random stuff happening, or not random stuff happens, and the flame monster escapes, and it tries to get to the Earth's core. Fry is like kind of pissed off at him. He's like, I'm not, you're a liar and I can't believe it. But then he finds out that no, Bender's been telling the truth. These flame beings from the sun come down, and they're like, they come to take back the fire monster again. Nobody believes him except for Fry now, and Fry's like, Bender, like you're a hero. This is awesome. You tell him the truth, and then the flame beings are like, you are Bender Rodriguez. You are Earth's greatest hero. And then Bender's like, ha, suck it, Gilgamesh. I don't know if that gives my thing flash red. Suck it, Gilgamesh. And I always make that joke to Colt whenever we talk about heroes. But then after the flame people leave and Fry's like, we got to tell everybody. Bender's like, nobody's going to believe you. They're going to think you're crazy, and they're going to think I'm a criminal. So please, shut up for this one time. And so the crew bust in. They're like, Fry is safe. Praise Gilgamesh.
That's
like
good shit.
The only time too, and like I always make that joke because I love it. It's probably one of my favorite jokes from that show.
That's good shit. I want to watch totally off topic. I know we've been on Fate for like almost a half hour already, but I really want to watch the new Futurama.
Yeah, I do too. It looks fun.
Same. Sorry, I've been talking a lot. To be fair, Fate is really this really long, so had a lot to say. Really excited.
Also, we all genuinely enjoyed it. Like,
yeah,
and it is long. It was like almost an hour. All right, are we ready to move on to the next show? Well,
yeah. Are you all ready?
I'm ready. Colt, I was born ready.
Already. Next up, we have the gene of AI. Give you a little.
No, that's the gene of Al.
Wenzel, I swear to God, I was almost about to make the same fucking joke. I was about to say that's the gene of Al. Clearly AI, but I swear was 3 seconds away from saying Al.
I can never read. Why does it keep going fucking red? I'm talking about my mic light. It's green, but then it goes red. I'm not that fucking loud. Anyway, yeah. Every time I see AI, I have to read it as Al. All
right, cool.
Gene of AI, give you a little information on it. Hikaru Sudo, also known as Magadit, secretly takes on illegal medical procedures. A doctor who treats a robot and humanoid problems takes place in the near future when humanoids with AI account for 10% of the population. One of the major plot points is that it is illegal for humanoids to make copies of themselves, and that Sudo's humanoid mother is imprisoned for making a copy of herself. And Sudo's trying to look for the original. And animated by Madhouse. So they've got a good history.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it seems like, I don't want to say like their hype has died down in recent years, but it definitely seems like with the emergence of like Mappa and stuff, like you don't hear about Madhouse being like this animation powerhouse like you used to like in the mid 2010s.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's still cool to see him pop up.
I agree, sadly.
Yeah, which I mean, and this show is well animated. It's just not like when you think of like, at least for me, like when I think of like animation studios, I think of like really complex scenes, and like at least in this first episode, there wasn't anything too crazy that really lets them flex a little bit.
When I think Madhouse, I think Redline. I think of the big baby creature fucking exploding.
Yeah. Oh my god, they did do Redline. What the fuck?
Redline is oh my god. If y'all haven't seen Redline, I would love to do a Redline episode because Redline is so good, and also haven't watched it since we got together and watched it like 6 years ago. But fuck Redline is good.
But Gmail AI, in my opinion, is pretty good too. I enjoy the art style because it reminds me a lot of a friendly mangaka that's one of my favorites is Naoki Urasawa. Is the humans look like his style, and I like that. Not just the humans, but everyone.
Everyone. Well, the humanoids, humans, they look very much like it. I have to agree with Colt on that. They look very much similar to that style. It's so funny though, the thing about their eyes, that's what gets me. It's like their eyes are all CG, and I have the note here, this is goat eyes, because that's how you tell the difference between humans and humanoids is their eyes. They have like goat eyes. And humans are normal.
And in case you don't know what a goat eye is, it's like the pupil sideways, essentially, is the
and it's
like
long.
If the pupil's an oval and sideways.
Yeah,
so
kind of.
If for some reason, if you've never seen a goat, I liked it. It's so weird. It usually takes a couple of episodes, like for these episodes or for these shows that have kind of popped up recently, where like, you know, it's like man versus machine sort of deal, which this anime obviously is. Like, even like Vivi took me like 2 or 3 episodes to get into. Inuyashiki took me like 2 or 3 episodes to get into. I feel like this would fall into the same category as that, where I need a couple of episodes, but like I like the premise of it, and I like the added element of, oh, you can't make a copy of yourself, that's illegal, and like that's what our main character is like essentially trying to find his original mother, even though he visits his mom like 3 times in prison, like in the span of this first episode. And he's like, I'm trying to find you. So it's kind of interesting. It almost makes you think like, did his mom get framed? Did somebody like, you know, like make copies of her? Did she do it? Like, it really like kind of begs that question. So I think that's an interesting plot point to it.
Well, no, they address it in the very beginning.
But they kind of, I mean, they do address it in the very beginning with that like opening scene where he's like a kid and stuff.
Well, yeah. So, okay, I should explain what I'm talking about here. In the very beginning, his mom is talking to these doctors. I assume this like kind of back alley kind of group or whatever. And her son, our main character, needs treatment. He's very, very sick, but she doesn't have the money. So she talks to these guys and like, yeah, we'll do that for you, but you got to do something for us. And what that is you got to make a copy of yourself. And she does, and she does, and I assume maybe like her doing that, either she, well, I don't know, because if he's still trying to look for her original, then that means the original might be safe or might not be corrupted or something. But I assume that something happened to where she got ousted, so therefore she got imprisoned, or I mean, that's really the only thing that can happen.
Either that, or maybe her original did something, or her cop. Well, here's the thing, like, is the one in the prison technically the copy then? Because he keeps saying find the original, so maybe his original mom is in like hiding, and this one's in jail for maybe she did something bad, or just because they've never illicitly said we put the copies in jail. They just said that it's illegal to make copies.
Well, no, it'd have to be the copy, because what they I don't know. That's kind of weird, but I mean, I'm assuming that they would have to be the copies, because the reason why they make the copies illegal, and I think this is they're kind of backing themselves into a corner by saying that making a copy is always going to be bad, which I don't think it can't be true, but they do kind of state that really making a copy isn't a good idea, just because also something happened in the past to where the black market and making copies is only accessible through the black market, and to do that, it will almost always run the risk of having viruses or corruption, because every copy or one copy or whatever happened was infected, and now it's just teaming all around the black market. So there's no safe way to really do it.
Yeah.
And also in the past, people have used a copy of an AI. There's a specific AI that's been used in multiple crimes in the past. There was a fucking body in the desert that was just abandoned there.
Yeah.
Because that was where an AI was put in that body.
Or God, I have to go back and watch it now, because that scene or that sequence happened so fast. Because it was basically saying that this man from the Middle East was used basically as somebody they made copies and copies and copies of, until eventually they killed him and just threw his body in the desert. So
it's super interesting stuff.
No, like that's the thing that gets me about it, is I'm kind of hooked already, because it's like a lot of interesting like philosophical stuff, especially with the copies, because Mogadit deals with an issue where a man was trying to help his wife, or they were trying to make a copy, but then she ends up getting infected by a virus, and
You said that weird.
I know I did. I know I did. I don't know why.
I wasn't to say anything. I was like, you know what? He knows what he said.
Virus, and she ends up having only like 2 weeks or something to live or some shit. And our main character's like, you can still use the copy, but the thing is that there's going to be a gap. And at first they're kind of okay with it, because it's only a couple of weeks, maybe a few, but then it kind of brings in the question, like, well, would this copy still be the original? Because there is does the time gap matter? Or will she won't have the same feelings and memories of the moment leading up to her death?
Yeah.
So
essentially she was scared that the copy, while being the same person, that version of her consciousness would essentially be dying. So it kind of brings into like the interesting point of like, yes, you can be immortal, but it's never like your same consciousness. It's pretty much like the same argument that people make, like, oh man, I would totally upload my conscious to the cloud and become a fucking, AI when I die. But I'm like, but is that truly you? No, you're still gonna die.
Yeah, and that's not you. There's no
point. It's a lot of interesting concepts in the show.
Well, you got to be careful, because it is you. Because remember,
but it's not you. It's a different person, basically.
Yes and no. So it's both. I should mention, because WandaVision brings us up, where there is the fake Vision and the corpse of the Vision, who are both interacting with each other, and bring up the ship of Theseus or whatever, and they talk about how is it still the original ship, and they both say it's both, but it's neither. So I mean, you that is still you, but at the same time it's not, and I think that's fine and fair. Just please don't have an existential crisis about it. That's why I'm stating this for any future generations listening to this. You are real.
Yeah. When you're listening to this podcast in 100 years, when we're all uploaded to the cloud anyways, making podcasts in, eternity, there is a lot of, I guess talking through it, I'm like talking myself into liking it more, because now I'm like, now I really want to watch the second episode, because I bet a ton of those concepts were left to be vague on purpose, because we're going to get more explanation as the show goes on. I would imagine.
Yeah, true.
I also just want to say, if you like this, you're going to love Pluto when we cover it in the fall season.
I imagine if you like this,
Pluto it feels like a better version of this, but this is good. This is really good.
We've only seen one episode. I gotta read Pluto. Also, too, I feel like this is something probably Ghost in the Shell would address.
Yes.
So
good stuff. Talking through it, I was like, man, I guess I liked it more than I thought.
I mean, when we were watching, we talked quite a bit because it was pretty fascinating. I mean, it's an interesting concept. It definitely doesn't seem very action based either. It seems very philosophical and maybe even noir driven.
Yeah, because I guess there is like one mystery at like the central core of the show, so you're probably right. Like,
I mean, and we'll probably get even more stuff because I mean, he goes by an alias. You know, he talks about the black market a lot. I mean, he's probably gonna do some, I imagine, some like sneaky or like very investigative stuff anyway.
Hopefully, nothing nefarious.
Nothing illegal. Hopefully,
I hope not. Even though he already did.
Y'all ready to move on to the next anime?
Yeah.
Let's move on, Colty.
The next anime is called The Girl I Like Forgot Her Glasses. It's about a delightfully charming romantic comedy about a boy who only has eyes for the girl who always forgets her glasses. Mie shares her dreams for the future with Komura, but he struggles to come up with his own. All he can think of is being with Mie. This is animated by Gohan's, published by Square Enix, which is a little strange, but they have been in the game publishing anime for a little bit now.
Hold on, Wenzel is adding something.
Yeah,
true.
Almost forgot.
Do we want to mention? Do we want to mention the next anime too, just so we can kind of?
We can just say that the next anime we talk about is gonna be animated by the exact same people, so there's gonna be similar techniques used in both animes.
But it's very apparent.
But there's one thing in this one that's not in the other one, and that's the hair. Because the main girl, her hair has a mind of its own. It's the most animated hair I've ever seen.
That's like the one thing we kept saying, like as we were watching it. It's like individual strands of hair were all separately animated. It's weird. I've never seen anything. I've never even seen human hair react to the environment like that.
It was extremely distracting and it felt kind of fetishy. You know what? To be fair, the entire show could be considered fetishy.
Also, I should say, I didn't write that synopsis. Delightfully was what was in the Wikipedia synopsis or whatever. So
yeah.
Take that as you will.
I thought, okay, I guess I'll come out and say I thought it was fine. It seems like a trope that loses its luster quick. Like, because we were halfway through the episode and it's like the next school day, and spoiler, the girl forgot her glasses again. And Wenzel wrote a note here. Oh, she just stupid, which is correct. She's just stupid and forgets her glasses all the time.
Well, okay, so at the very end, she not only forgets them, she steps on them. And our main character guy is like, oh crap, like I accidentally begged the gods to do that or whatever, but this is divine luck or some shit. But she ends up putting in contacts.
Yeah.
But
as we saw from the next episode preview, she's blind again. So either they just get rid of it, or she also forgets her contacts.
Yeah.
Who knows? But that's literally the joke. This whole show is fucking, oh my god.
I mean, how many stuff can you do to extend this for an entire fucking season? Like it seems like you could it seems like a one and done thing, you know?
It's like is it Velma in Scooby-Doo? Why am I blanking on her name?
Velma.
It's like,
Velma.
When she loses her glasses, it's like that. But what if you made it a 13-episode anime?
And what if
that one joke?
And middle school kids, and what if the girl is actually incredibly fucking stupid?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Also, for some reason, the opening 4 minutes of the show, and I get this is like the Gohan's signature, is just like these weird, it's not rotoscoping, but like
angles?
These weird angles that I've never seen in any animated show ever.
It's like Fish Island skateboarding angles.
Yeah.
Like it's Yeah, it's like fisheye, and then these like really, oh god, it's like what is it? I learned about this. It's like it's a moving shot, but it's from a low angle. It's not a dolly shot. Is it? It's from a low angle. It's as if the camera is in the right corner of your screen, and it's slowly kind of following the God, it's like it's starting from the left, then it moves to the right, and then kind of swoops up to get that front shot of the character. But then it does that quite a bit of like being these like really like like very focused action, not action, but like these low corner high angle shots, not high angle. God, I'm trying to think of how to call it, but it's this animation studio's signature basically, because they do this in the next anime we're going to talk about.
Which is how we immediately were like, is this also? And we just so happened to watch these shows back to back.
Yeah.
And we were like, is this the same studio? And like, yeah, it was going.
It is. And should also mention too that the environment is all 3D, but the characters are 2D.
Yes.
And it's not bad 3D
weird.
at all. It's some of the best 3D I've ever seen.
It's very pretty. Like,
yeah. So. I've seen a lot of people complain about like the 3D environments in the show. They're like, oh, they're like, I don't think that's the critique of this show at all. I just think the critique of this show is that it's like a one and done joke.
Yeah,
like it's just taken to its limit. But I don't think any of the animation or anything, like I thought it was actively like pretty okay. I do agree with
the animation's beautiful.
Yeah, I do. The hair was distracting. I do agree with y'all because, like, again, sometimes she would just be sitting and her hair, for whatever reason, would just like bounce. It was weird.
Yeah, it was. But I didn't hate it. The animation is beautiful. I'm probably gonna check out a few more episodes. Probably not the whole season. But it's all right.
I didn't hate it. Like, definitely not the worst show here.
Definitely not.
No. We already talked about that. Up next, we have the Masterful cat is depressed again today. Saku is an ordinary young woman who works long hours and lives alone with her cat, Yukichi. Yukichi, however, is not an ordinary house cat. He cooks, cleans, and succeeds at adulting more than the woman who expected him to be a pet. I had no clue what this anime was. The intro is a long, like, city environment shots. It was really cool. And I was like, where's the cat? When's the cat coming to play? And I was like, does she have a husband? What's going on? And then as soon as it's like something clicked in my head, I was like, no fucking way. It was a big ass cat.
Big ass cat.
Yeah.
My mind was blown.
No, I was very surprised because I was like, I know for a fact he's gonna have a big ass cat, and I'm excited to see everybody's reaction.
I'm gonna say it. I don't know where y'all sit on it, because like we did watch a lot of these shows together, but we kind of keep our thoughts to ourselves most of the time before recording these. This may be sleeper hit of the season based off of the one episodes, like all the first episodes we watched. I thought it was incredibly funny. I thought the cat Yukichi, who is a non-speaking cat but is a giant, like 6 foot tall humanoid cat, that does all these house chores. I thought it was incredibly funny, but I also thought the human characters were also funny. Like Saku's funny. Everybody she works with in the office is pretty funny, and like kind of the hijinks. It's fun. Like it's a funny show. Like it's played obviously as 100% comedy, and we get like this offhand joke that I think will be paid off in episode 2, where her boss comes up to her, is like, "Oh, how's Yukichi? Like, how's the cat doing?" Like, yeah, he says something like to the extent of like, "Yeah, I used to work with him" or something, and it's like, "Oh, is this cat like what?" It's super funny, but I honestly think it's the sleeper hit of the season.
We get these references that this cat knows. It's interesting because Saku got him when he was a kitten, and we meet an old lady who was there, and so they both know each other as well. And then he makes a reference that he might know this cat, and so I'm really excited to see where this pays off. Also, too, it says the title of it is The Masterful Cat is Depressed. When does he get depressed?
Like, I know, he didn't seem sad.
No, he seemed happy. He loves caring for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like it's pretty funny too, because there's even a bit in there where he has to, I don't know if he's weighing himself or he's weighing Saku.
Oh yeah, he go because Saku keeps like eating all this, like, because he makes like these gourmet meals, because all this cat does is watch like the cooking channel, and that's how he has learned to cook like this, is so we're led to believe. And he goes to weigh, and he does it like, I mean, literally we weighed our cat's socks like this 3 days ago, where you weigh yourself and then you grab your cat and weigh, and that's how you figure out how much the cat weighs. Well, that's how the cat weighed Saku. It was really funny.
It was really funny. I think it's a sleeper hit too. I really enjoyed this. It was a lot of fun. The food looked delicious too, by the way.
Yeah, like I'm not going to say it was my favorite show of the season, but it is like, it's something I'm going to continue to watch.
Yeah,
the humor and the comedy in it reminds me of Honda-san.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Like, yeah, it's super high. Cannot give it a high enough recommendation. Like, if you just want something lighthearted and fun, and I hope I mean, obviously with the title, like, it may get into some deeper or darker topics, but it does seem like at the end of the day, it is going to be like pretty a lighthearted little romp anime. So I definitely highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree. I also just think it's funny seeing a big cat.
That is true. Because the cat also, like, Yukichi still acts like a cat, so like he sleeps like on Saku's face, despite being like this giant 6 foot tall cat. It's funny.
And he breads. He turns into a loaf.
Yep.
He tries to get into spaces way too small for him, which is even funnier because he's giant.
Yeah. That was a really good bit when that little basket was gifted to him. I really like
that. And he just puts it on his head.
And he falls asleep.
Check this out. Check this one out.
Definitely check it out.
Yep.
All right, y'all ready to move on?
Hit me with your best shot.
Up next, we have Horimiya, The Missing Pieces.
Woo!
By sheer luck, Hori and Miyamura cross paths outside school, neither looking as the other expects. The seemingly polar opposites become fast friends, sharing with each other a side of themselves they've never shown to anyone else. This anime aims to bridge the gap and provide a comprehensive adaptation of the manga story. This new series will bring to life the Kyoto field trip, the sports festival, and other side stories that were previously omitted.
So Horimiya came out 2020 or 2021, I don't remember which one.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
And I thought it was great. What this is, I guess it is technically a season 2, but it does not take place after the events of Horimiya. It kind of fills in the gaps, like Colt said, between events, because the first season of Horimiya doesn't adapt the full manga. It just kind of picks, like, I don't even want to say the highlights, because the sports festival is fantastic. And they kind of just glance through it in the first season. So this is just kind of filling in the pieces. So you can go into this blind, but I mean, I would recommend just watching the first season of Horimiya, because it's one of the best shows of the decade, in my opinion, in my humble little opinion. It's fantastic.
As someone that hasn't watched the original Horimiya, like anything at all, this was really easy to get into. And it actually made me really want to check out the original, because it's a fun little romance story looking to be. And it's funny. And it's got some funny stuff.
Horimiya is legitimately super funny. And yeah, it's so much different than a lot of like romance anime and manga I've kind of dabbled in, because like I mean, obviously y'all know this because y'all watched the first episode of this. They don't like just tease you with Hori and Miyamura getting together the whole season. Like, they get together very quickly in the show. It's like episode 3. They're together. And then the show is about them building and like this blossoming relationship and them like kind of growing together. Like, that's what's interesting to me about Horimiya, because I just don't think there's a lot of romance anime or manga, at least that I have been exposed to, that does that, and this again is just like good bits that they didn't put in the first season.
Yeah,
and it's they have a little bit of a higher budget. It's slightly better animated than the first season, but
it's pretty.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of my favorite jokes in it is Wenzel wrote it down here. It's there was two guys that didn't want to go swimming. Not Horimiya, Miyamura. That's the guy, right?
Yes.
He doesn't want to go swimming because he's got tattoos all over his body. Doesn't want to show everybody his tattoos. And this other guy doesn't want to go swimming because he has body
image.
Yeah. And this is the class president. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but it's the class president.
Yeah.
And to get out of it, both of them made up their own little excuses. One of them said they're on their period, and the other one said their arm exploded. And it comes up multiple times throughout the little scene for them swimming, but it was funny.
It was really funny. Like, they're not lying. Like, having not had any sort of exposure to this besides like the name is I got into this fairly easily. Like it's really good. And the period joke, actually, they kind of explained that earlier where oh god, what was it? It was the same scenario, or it's not the same scenario. It was the same similar situation where the character did not want to take off. He had to take off his clothes, and that would show his tattoos. And they're trying to explain to one of his close friends was trying to explain why he can't do that. And he immediately he what is it? What did they say? They're like he goes for broke. He says he's on his period.
They used the term he goes for broke multiple times, which I don't know if that's a weird translation. I have never heard that for somebody being on their period.
Well, I think because they kept trying to explain what was wrong, but none of the excuses were working. So he was just like, "Fuck it,
the last ditch."
We're gonna say,
yeah. It is like the overarching joke, because the first half of this episode takes place on the Kyoto field trip. The second half is them like having to swim for school or whatever, and like the bridge between those is the joke of Miyamura being on their period.
It's really funny, and then
it's really funny. Again,
and one.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say one of the characters too. Every time he popped up, I would get angry because he would just be screaming, and I'd be like, why is this motherfucker so loud? He has green hair.
Yeah, I can't remember him being that loud in the first season, but again, they
turned him up.
Yeah, well, and too, like a lot of the side character stories kind of had to take a backseat because the first season, I mean, they really just wanted to show like as much of, Horimiya as possible. So like you just get like the big like highlights of the manga. So this, I feel like with the missing pieces, because it's a full 13 episode thing. So I imagine we're going to get like all of the side stories of these side characters too, which from what I've read is really good. And I do wonder if we'll get like, if after this it will be like a complete thing, or if you might possibly go to season 3. I don't know, but I'm super excited because, like I said, Horimiya has been one of my favorites of the decade so far, and more of that is good to me.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Also animated by Cloverworks. Didn't say that.
Oh yeah.
Y'all ready to move on to something different?
Yeah.
Hey,
speaking of goat eyes, right? Speaking of goat eyes, because they're goated with the sauce.
I don't know about that.
Oh, they're not goated?
Whoa,
okay. You hate Gojo. You hate Gojo. Okay,
you don't think Gojo's goated with the sauce?
Man, I gotta be a contrarian here. I hate this.
Uh-oh.
Have you not seen the recent manga leaks that came out today?
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, they came out today.
I saw the manga. Okay, Cole.
We can't spoil this for anyone that's listening.
No, we're not saying spoilers.
Can you stop jumping the gun, Cole? Jesus Christ. I was gonna say though, I know you don't look at them, but just know I saw the leaks for My Hero. Holy fucking shit.
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
I saw it about 10 minutes before we got on Discord. I was like,
Me
I wonder
too.
if Rinzel's seen this yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
That also Jujutsu Kaisen's going on break next week. What the fuck? But
Rest in
okay.
peace.
They can't do that. Okay. Anyway,
yeah.
if you can guess, Colt, take it away.
We got Jujutsu Kaisen season 2. It's back. It's been so long. It's currently season will be divided into 2 arcs: Hidden Inventory, which is 5 episodes.
Actually, hold on. I gotta add something because I forgot this next episode. They call it this as well. Sorry, gotta put that in there.
Into 2 arcs: Hidden Inventory, Premature Death, and the Shibuya Incident. The first 5 episodes are the Hidden Inventory / Premature Death arc, and the other 18 episodes will be the Shibuya Incident, which makes sense as someone that's read the manga. Shibuya Incident is very long, but it's really good.
Yeah.
And there's also going to be a couple of bridge episodes in between the end of Hidden Inventory, Premature Death, and before the start of Shibuya. Because obviously they have to start Shibuya on August 31st. So they're doing a recap of season 1, and they're also doing a recap of Jujutsu Kaisen 0. And then they're taking an off week. So like today, while you're listening to this, like the day this comes out, yesterday, the final episode of Hidden Inventory Premature Death came out, and it's going to be 3 more weeks until the Shibuya incident actually starts.
They're trying to get it to where it's releasing around Halloween. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that's fair because this isn't a spoiler because they mentioned this in season 1. The Shibuya incident will be taking place on... October 31st in the story. 31st.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what is October 31st this year?
It's
a Tuesday. It's a
Tuesday, so
it's Tuesday, isn't it?
It should be of a Tuesday. Also, can I go ahead and say what we're doing, or
yeah, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as you all know, we are huge Jujutsu Kaisen heads here. We are about to talk a little bit about the first episode. But next Friday, yes, first episode only. But next Friday, August the 11th, we are releasing another non-canon file covering all 5 episodes of the Hidden Inventory and Premature Death arc before the Shibuya incident stuff pops off. We're not going to be going into manga spoilers on that episode, solely just the Hidden Inventory Premature Death arc. So just wanted to put that out there. Because with this anime review coming out like a week later than it normally does, because we covered so many extra shows, but also it's been so long and we've all caught up on Jujutsu Kaisen, we want to talk about it. So next Friday there will also be another non-canon file for solely Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 Hidden Inventory / Premature Death arc.
Yes, I'm going to give you some information about this season just so you can have it. We go all the way back to the ancient times, 2006. We follow a second-year Gojo in Geto who are tasked with a mission to protect and assure the assimilation of a middle school girl, Riko Amanai, also known as the Star Plasma Vessel, not related to Pokemon, into Tengen so that Tengen may not evolve and the bearers of Jujutsu Society are not lost. These are the origins of the 2 strongest sorcerers and how they became what they are in the main storyline.
Now do that walk.
Which walk do y'all think would be harder to pull off? Like, because if you don't know, Geto's, he's just kind of crouched in a very suspicious way. But Gojo's kind of has that swagger, but also he's drinking a sody pop out of a can without spilling any.
Okay, Gojo's is harder, easily.
Well, Gojo is harder for me because I'm not 6 fucking foot. So
I mean, also he's leaning back really far. I'd be falling.
Well, Gojo's tall. I mean, Geto and Gojo are about the same height, but with Geto, he's crouching down so much that like it's physically possible for that. For
it just
Gojo,
hurt my back.
I mean, yeah, true. But I don't know. Gojo has a really relaxed. If you just relax your back and just have swagger, bro, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I will say Gojo is 6'3".
Yep.
I'm 6'4", so
yeah.
I did not realize he was that tall. Dang.
No,
just like me.
He's super tall.
Gato is also 6'3".
Yeah, they have to be the same height because they're the strongest.
No,
that makes sense.
And they're foils. They're foils for each other.
Yeah. So
also sense. Animated by Mappa. I don't know if you know that studio. Kind of small.
Yeah, kind of this little small indie studio.
Indie studio. Yeah, kind of independent. Oh God, like where do we even begin? Like
I don't remember where the first episode ends. That's my problem.
Okay. I'll let me help you out. So I'll say this: the first episode starts with Urahime and Mei going into the house, which that pops off with this gorgeous anime. Oh my God! Hold on. The very beginning actually pops off with Geto absorbing a curse spirit with this really cool animation. Then we get this VHS style recording of a backstory of the house that Urahime and Mei are going to, which
super cool. Like I've never seen this in animation before.
Yeah, like Colt mentioned this, and I was like, shit, like you're right. I've never seen this style before, and yeah, so they go into this house and they do this really cool, like crazy rotoscoping frame, like with Urahime. That's crazy. They put so many frames in it of her getting scared, which is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they really flexed how much the budget went up per episode with this first episode.
Like, yeah, like the animation is like a huge, like the animation in the first season was great. This is like a huge step up from that, and I don't even know how you can do that, but they did it. They did it, man. Yeah, no, we get introduced to the other second year as well with Gojo and Geto is Shoko Airi. She appears later in the main storyline, where she is the school doctor, and she is the one that heals everybody. It sucks though because she is such an important character for what she does, and she's sidelined so hard. Which is I see as a criticism about Akutami is that they do that, but with their female characters. But anyway,
really, I mean, no criticism for a lot of shonen in general, but
yeah, true. But this is where like Colt said, we get kind of a we get the backstory of basically Gojo and Geto, and kind of how the roles and their morals are reversed, because in this first episode, we get Gojo, who is very strong, but also not like how he is in the main story. He's very much like, I don't fucking care about the weak. Who gives a shit? I'm strong, and that's all that matters. And then Geto is like, we have to protect the weak. We have to protect non-sorcerers, which is not what he is in Jujutsu Kaisen 0. Should mention that. So it's really nice to get this kind of flip-flop. I won't go into it too much because, like Tanner said, we're going to talk about it more in depth in our other episode. But it's really fascinating to see. And if you want to know where it ends off, Cold ends off with
those white dudes.
The Q,
white,
the Q.
Q and
Geto. Basically, Geto goes into the room that Rico is staying at. It explodes, and he's in this cool looking ball curse, and jumps out the window to save Rico, and then Gojo has a bunch of knives thrown at him by another member, and but all the knives are floating there because he has Limitless on, so it's really sick.
Amen.
Could you imagine just being clowned on by two 17-year-olds?
Hey, spoilers.
I wouldn't let it happen.
I mean, sure, spoilers, but I mean, I just wanted to say that because I was thinking about that in the episode. I'm like, if a 17-year-old owned me like that, I would probably like go into hiding.
I mean, first off, I wouldn't initiate combat with a 17-year-old. Like these people do. What about you, Tanner?
Well, depends on the circumstance, I guess.
Depends on the circumstance. Yeah, I guess if the 17-year-old is threatened to fucking annihilate you.
Yeah, but these two are just
throwing a knife
good.
at a child and it just stops.
I would take a step back and be like, okay, maybe I need to reevaluate everything.
Okay, let's think about everything in my life that has brought me to this point where now there's this magic wizard child in front of me.
And it's not just one knife. The guy throws like 1,000, and
yeah,
all
it's
of
a
them are
ton.
stopped. So
also,
like,
Gojo's on the fucking phone.
Oh my god! Also, to them talking on the phone, Gojo holds the phone like a fucking freak.
And his ringtone is Soldier Boy.
I wish. Because
I feel like he would love Soldier Boy.
He would love Soldier Boy.
No, he seems like no. Gojo is definitely a weeb because he does a fucking Digimon reference. It probably would have been digital monsters.
Okay, the Digimon reference gets me every time. It's love
so
that.
good.
I also think that Gojo really likes Soldier Boy because the way he rolls his blunts, he just sucks on him like that. He's like, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm glad Culture's making shit up.
No, Soldier Boy's known for the video of him like sucking on a blunt, and then loud ass music shakes everything.
Okay, for some reason I thought you were implying how Gojo rolls his blunts.
Yeah, yeah, he does the same thing.
Oh well, now you are making.
He's
shit
learning it from Soldier Boy.
I'm just imagining fucking 2006 Gojo on very early YouTubing like Soldier Boy blunt sucking.
And Ghetto's
like,
what are you looking at? And then Ghetto's like, you're a fucking freak.
And Ghetto's like, you should be watching Smosh. Get the fuck out of here.
I think Gojo just hits a fucking free throw.
They would watch Smosh.
No, they wouldn't watch Smosh. Winslow, you're overthinking it. They would be Smosh.
And they'd watch Ray William Johnson.
I don't know about that.
Probably not that, but they would be Smosh.
I watched Ray William Johnson. I don't like him. And in retrospect, I think that content was very bad.
Okay, but here's the thing. Are you Gojo and Ghetto? No, I don't think so.
You don't know me in 2006.
Also,
I did know you in 2006.
I was exactly like Gojo. I could float and I had blue eyes.
One of those is the truth.
One of those is true. Floating what?
I'll let y'all at home guess which one is true. I'll give you a hint. Colt's eyes are green.
I should mention too, we do get also introduced to Tengen as well, because Tengen was mentioned last season, and Tengen is finally kind of explained in this first episode, which is basically a very vital character for JuJutsu Society, because I use they because their pronouns are, I didn't realize their pronouns were different, but they are an immortal being who is like a master at barriers, and that's what helps protect Japan and the schools from just in general. So, and because they've lived, they also have the technique of immortality, and since they live so long, that their body is constantly evolving, and it will get to the point to where they basically they go into a higher state of being, and that's why they need to give them a new body, which is a middle school girl, the Star Plasma vessel.
You know how it is. It happens.
It happens. Yeah. We talked about a lot. Like anybody got any final thoughts?
Listen, everybody online ain't lying. Gojo is Mappa's golden boy. I ain't never seen the animation studio be on the dick of a character so much.
Also, I will say I'm pretty disappointed in the fact that, don't get me wrong, Chainsaw Man's animation was good. It's nowhere near this good, and I wish Chainsaw Man's animation was this good. It makes me sad.
It was probably just budget reasons, right? Like, obviously, the second season of Jujutsu Kaisen is going to be. Well, I mean, even the first season, because I feel like Jujutsu Kaisen, the manga, I don't know. Maybe they're just trying something different. Well, I think Chainsaw Man looks fine. It looks good,
and it has great scenes. It's just like it's not great all the time.
I will.
No, I mean, and Jujutsu Kaisen's just a different beast at this point.
We'll see. I'm curious because I think what gets to me about Chainsaw Man is like some of the almost all of the devil designs except for some. They did kind of a 2D 3D style, which doesn't look bad, and same thing with Denji and Katana Man. But I wonder if them experimenting a little bit with season 2 with how they animated the curse spirits in here. I wonder if they'll do that for Chainsaw Man season 2, because I hope they do.
Yeah, it could also be that they didn't know how well Chainsaw Man would perform, even though the manga is performing insanely well before it even came out.
Yeah.
And with the performance of the anime, it did really well. So hopefully next season they're gonna crank up that budget.
Yeah. Hopefully. Well, also if the rumors are true, if we get a Chainsaw Man movie before a season 2, I mean that usually is a pretty good, indicator of like the budget for the next season, because I think that is why we're seeing like this huge jump in quality between seasons 1 and 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh shit. Also should mention too, for this first episode we get the first reveal of Megumi's dad, Toji.
Yeah, Daddy Man's here.
Daddy's here.
He dresses just like me.
Yeah, and he looks just like me too.
Yeah, he I talk just like him. You guys took all the good parts. And it was so funny though, because so many people were confused when he was shown. Because there were so many people who were watching this, and like I saw like tidbits, comments, and tweets here and there of like people are like, is this Megumi's brother? Which doesn't make any sense, because he says, I took my wife's name, Fushiguro. So like they're like, who is this guy? It's like, it's very fucking clearly Megumi's dad, but okay.
And he's only talked about having a sister.
It is kind of weird too, like them starting. I mean, obviously, I understand why they're starting season 2 with this. You have to, but it is weird. Like if you're an anime only to have no concept of what's going on, I would also be a little confused. So I can't. Well, see, I can't really blame them.
I see. That's the thing. Is like I kind of agree, because I was thinking about it. I was like, when I read this, I wasn't confused. I was like on the ball. I was like, oh yeah, like holy shit, that's Toji or that's Megumi's dad or whatever. And then now coming into this and like having people who only see the anime, I'm like, how could you not? But then I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, I get it. Yeah. So,
like, if I was an anime only, I'd be like, where the fuck is my boy Itadori?
Yeah, true. Like,
that'd be me. Where's Panda?
It seems like the Gege has also forgot about Itadori in the manga.
Shut up.
Not really,
Shut up.
But
not really. There's something important going on. It can't just, there's other characters.
Listen, they're cooking. They're cooking. I'm letting them do them. They're cooking. Go look at the manga spoilers for chapter 261 or whatever the fuck, and come back to me.
Or if you're listening to this, go read the manga, so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, actually, it'd be great if between this episode and by the time, so you have 1 week to read 261 chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen,
which is not hard at all.
Go ahead and completely catch up on the manga, and when we come and talk about 5 episodes from what chapters are these? Like in the 70s? Maybe?
Somewhere in there.
You won't be lost.
Yeah.
All right. But I think that's enough Jujutsu Kaisen talk.
Yeah.
We'll give it its time.
Okay, we only have 4 anime left for this section, so.
Yeah. So,
I thought we were doing 10. Are we doing 11?
No, that was 6.
I thought that was 7. Maybe I miscounted.
3, 4, 5, 6. That was a 6 one.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck me.
Up next,
I miscounted. Sorry.
Up next, we have Liar, not the whole.
Oh, wait. Wait, Cole, hold on. I just realized something. Tanner miscounted. Tanner made a fatal error in his math skills. Is this the decline of Tanner Teat already?
Oh my god, is he stupid?
Oh my god.
My brain been toast.
Oh no.
My god. Oh my god.
Socks,
also, what if I said this? Maybe I was telling a little lie.
Why?
Oh, I was giving you an in to introduce the next show.
Oh shit. Up next is Liar, Liar, and not the hilarious Jim Carrey movie where he's a silly goose. This is a show, and I'm going to tell you what it's about. At Academy,
period.
I did that for comedic effect. At Academy Island, everything is settled through games waged for a certain number of stars, with the strongest student being granted the ranking of 7 stars. Hiroto, as transfer student, and unexpectedly beats the strongest empress and becomes the pseudo strongest in the school. A mind game of lies and bluffs begins. And Wenzel went all fucking philosophical.
Yeah, aren't we all lying our way through life? Animated by Geek Toys,
which is a strange animation name. Studio name.
It is.
I will say the little synopsis Colt gave is the first episode.
Yeah, that's the entire episode.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because whenever I try to look up the synopses, there's only a synopsis for the first episode that they use for the story.
Yeah, it's probably because nobody watched past the first episode because it's not good.
I thought it was fine. It wasn't offensive to me. I like the concept of like this. I don't want to say battle royal type anime, but I guess that's kind of what this is. With a bit of like a bluff thing on top of it. I liked it for that. I do think, okay, so Hiroto, who is our transfer student, beats the strongest in the school and gains her star, but her star is a red star, which means he can tell a lie. And then he decides his lie is that he has 7 stars. And then we find out that the person that he beats, not even her lie was that she was somebody else. It doesn't really make sense. Like, why can she lie about being another person and everybody just believes it?
Well, yeah, because what it was it was like she made the lie. I think, God, do I really not remember? I thought the lie was that she has to pretend to be. So the character that Hiroto beats is the daughter or the granddaughter of the guy who basically created the island or whatever and the games and stuff. And so he beats her, and she says that her lie was that she had to pretend to be, or she has to be the body double for the girl. I thought that was the reasoning.
See, I thought it was because didn't she say at the end of the episode that the real one has been in hiding for a year?
Something like that. So I assume because Hiroto, whenever he beats her, it causes huge uproar, and he has to talk to like the counselor or something for his section, and she sets up this kind of elaborate plan where it's like, okay, well, either you make up this lie or you get kicked off the island or whatever, because basically him doing that, him being just a basic ass student and beating the strongest person on campus was going to cause like a huge upheaval and uproar. So the only way to make things right or to make things even is that he has to he has to make the lie because there's okay, so sorry, this is all explained in the first episode actually, is that there's different stars, and just so happens that the one that's been owned by the family who owns the fucking island or whatever is the liar star or whatever, and that's what she has. And since he has it now, it will tell a lie that everybody has to believe that is that he has 7 stars, but also too, nobody knows that it's the liar star because you only know the power of a star when you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have this like convoluted thing where they're like, yeah, and like, because she says, oh yeah, since you took my star, I have to tell you my lie, and that's the only reason I have to tell you. And then he's like, oh well, my lie is that I have 7 stars. Like, why the fuck would you tell her? It didn't make sense.
Okay, well, no, here's the thing is that so no. What the thing is that Hiroto doesn't know anything about how the school works because he's new. So that was the thing about the liar star, is that basically when you get it, you get all the information of any of the past users. Basically, it will tell you what the lie was of the previous person. And since he doesn't know how to use the equipment, he couldn't look at that.
Yeah.
And the reason why she told him this was because this body double was under the impression that Hiroto was trying to embarrass her. It was kind of a funny bit where she guided him to his section and she ends up getting hit by a sprinkler, and she assumes that this is a way to like embarrass her and battle her and stuff. And that's how she ends up losing, because they have a game where it's a staring contest and she fucking loses. It was actually kind of cool. I say that, well, hold on, I'll get into my opinion later. And so then she meets back up with him and she's like, she's still under this assumption. It's kind of like meant to be like kind of a comedic moment where she's like, you know, you knew like this is blah, blah, blah. This is all like, this is all part of your plan. But it was for him to explain that like, no, this isn't part of my plan. I'm a transfer student. And I think he's just trying to level with her and just tell her like, hey, I also have a lie. Like, I'm also lying.
But then I'm just like, well, what would stop her from being like, hey, this dude got this star that is making y'all believe he has 7 stars, but he actually only has 1.
Because he could tell her lie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
sure, I guess.
What do you mean you guess? That's literally the whole point of this. Is it's called liar liar because it's emotional like blackmail, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she was like, please don't tell anyone.
Yeah, and he's like, please don't tell anybody either. So now this develops a friendship. Tanner, I don't know if you know what this is called, but this is called storytelling.
Never heard of it.
In my opinion,
I think it should be called Pants on Fire.
I really enjoyed it, especially the intro. It has a really cool animation.
The intro is good.
And like, I think the beginning was very funny too, because he comes off as this arrogant asshole. But then later he immediately crumbles and he's like, it's revealed that like, oh shit, he's just lying the entire time. And it's really funny. I liked it and I want to keep track of it. I like the idea of this kind of low stakes. I say low stakes, but like low in the sense that nobody dies. Kind of battle royale of games on your phone, basically.
You got games on your phone?
Yeah, I'll
what were your thoughts?
Probably watch the second episode. It's not like on my immediate watch list, but I definitely didn't hate it. I just think maybe it's a little too convoluted for its own good. And maybe that gets cleared up a little bit. Because also during their game, like she's like, oh, are you not going to use any power-ups? Well, here's my power-ups, and like power-ups do like literally everything. So maybe that will get cleared up, but I think it seems a little convoluted at first. I'm sure that probably gets cleared up, but I would watch a second episode, but like I said, it's not high on my to-do list.
I was just bored. I don't really have any strong opinions about it. I just found it kind of generic feeling. I guess I just don't really have an opinion on it. It just nothing. Like the
well, thank you.
We hit with her car.
All right, thank you, Colt, for that insightful little tidbit there. I'm so glad I asked you what your opinion was.
You're welcome. Up next, we have My Tiny Senpai.
All right, Cole. If you don't have an opinion on this, we're gonna have some problems.
I have some. Takuma Shinozaki is an office worker who is being mentored by a kind and diminutive woman named Shiori Katase. Serving as his senpai, she likes to coddle him to ensure that he feels as relaxed as possible. Shinozaki hopes that the time Katase spends with him is something more than just a professional courtesy. And Wenzel, read that little sentence right there.
Animated by Project 9.
Not related to Mighty Number 9. Okay, that's something else.
So this little comment I have here was literally something that had me and Colt fucking dying in the middle of this show. We just
I don't remember why I was laughing. I don't remember saying this or what is
I
it?
said it. So we were basically, because there was a bit that happens in the show where we're making like this kind of bit where like Takuma does something bad and he needs to be punished, and Colt was just saying shit, Tanner was saying shit, and then I was trying to say shit, but then I was just like senpai, just fuck me already. That's what I said. That's what I said. And like immediately I start laughing because I think it's so funny.
But you laugh so fucking hard. This was the hardest I've seen you laugh in a long time.
I was about to say, Wenzel was on the verge of like actually passing out.
I was crying because the way I said it made me cackle so much. And then Colt, I guess because I'm so infectious, starts laughing as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm so infectious. That's what I would say.
Well, I mean, what else would you describe it? Because Cole was fucking dying too.
I didn't necessarily think the joke was fun. I was laughing at Wenzel because he was laughing so hard.
Wenzel just went on. Like Wenzel was laughing for like 60 seconds. And it wasn't like to prolong the bit of Wenzel thinking he was so funny. He was legitimately laughing at his own joke for over a fucking minute.
I think it was like 3 minutes, really.
No, it was so long. It was 4 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Like, and literally he would stop and all of a sudden you would just hear keep laughing.
I could
I wish it was recorded. I wish it was.
Yeah. God, it was.
But yeah, if you couldn't guess, this show, guess what? His boss is little.
Yeah, she's
little woman,
super short, big boobs,
size of her head,
bigger than her head. We were talking about it, and we were like, this whole body proportion, her body doesn't make any. It
defied
sense.
The laws of physics. So
what is
this show to me? Kind of the same premise as like the girl I like forgot her glasses, except this both adults in the show, which already gives it like a leg up.
Yeah.
Also, I did think some of the bits in this were like actually funny.
Yeah, there were some funny bits.
There were some funny bits.
I probably wouldn't continue it. But it's fine. It's fine. If you're a completionist for like, if you want to watch everything, there's worse ways to spend your time this season than this. I think it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I don't have anything else to say other than that. I think it's a strange one. I'll say that.
There's a lot of cat bits in here where she's trying to. There was a funny bit where she was kind of ducking down because she was calling a cat, and we make the same joke again. We're like, "Oh, she's just fucking stupid," and then our main character was kind of toying with her and making cat sounds as well.
Yeah.
And,
then he came to a cat slave thing.
Yeah, because then he has to start saying meow for a lot of.
I forgot about that bit where she's like, "You have to be my cat slave,"
which is like, it's like, okay, this is a fetish right here. I mean, but
yeah.
But the leg up is they're adults, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games.
If I ever saw anybody act like this in real life, though, in public,
I'd run full speed at them, not hit them, but it'd scare them.
I would run full speed, but then get really close in their face, like those like those bits for TikTok or whatever. I don't know.
You ready to move on?
Yeah,
let's go.
My unique skill make me OP even at level 1. That's the title. That's the full title.
Yeah.
My unique skill make me OP even at level 1.
Yeah.
There might have been an S in there somewhere. I don't know.
Okay.
Unique.
Ryota Sato finds himself transported into a world where everything drops from monsters in dungeons. Despite being stuck at level 1, he uses his unique S rank drops to farm dungeon monsters and make money alongside his friends. Celeste the Mage, Eve the Strange Bunny, and Alice the Monster Tamer. And in by Maho Film.
When to the show does this screenshot that you've posted take place?
Yeah, I'm curious about this one picture of this entire doc.
I want to elaborate.
Okay.
No, I was looking stuff about this. I actually had to do intense research for this as well. So I was looking up stuff about this because I was oh god, I think I just went to the wiki. I was doing something. I think I was trying to confirm the character names. I don't know why that was so important to me. But I was trying to confirm the character names, and I ended up seeing like there was a page for just not just a page. There was a section just about the main character and nobody else in this like this one page article about the whole anime. And in images of him, this is one of the images, and it was just him getting a fucking gun.
Yeah, it's just him holding a revolver.
The big ass revolver. I mean, it's probably like that has to be probably like a 45.
Yeah.
Something. It's huge.
And it's even funnier because it takes place in like a medieval-ish fantasy
it's a
setting.
fantasy world. And yeah, and then also the 3 characters that we get here, his friends. We meet Celeste, I assume, is the girl that we meet in this episode, and then we meet Eve at the very end.
Yeah, she just like punches the shit out of him and
says, "I love you."
Yeah, it's funny. This was a surprise enjoyment because, as you know, we fucking love isekais. We hate them, or I'm tired of them. I don't hate them.
I don't hate isekai. The ones that are good typically tend to be pretty good, and the rest of them, yeah, you have to be pretty unique for me to like get invested.
Yeah, and it's unique, and I gotta say, I'm pretty invested in the idea of a dude farming, just to get items to sell. I like that idea because I want a game like that. I really want to play this as a game.
I do think it'd be interesting to be in this world with like Dragon Quest-esque slimes, and then you just have a 45 pistol. I think that would be fun.
Okay, because I was so curious about him having a fucking gun. I was like, I had to look more into that, and oh my god, like the dude fucking gets insane bullets for this gun.
That only makes me want to continue watching.
It's kind of stupid. I don't I can't say anything more. I mean, it's not. I do kind of actually see where it goes. I do think it's funny though. He buys a house and wasn't going to live in it.
Had no intention of living in it.
That made no sense to me. Also, too, for some reason, we were able to figure out how much stuff is worth in this world. I don't know why that was important for me, but I know now the currency of this world. So I know how much money to save up, I guess. Also, to the bunny girl, like, come on.
Yeah.
I kind of wish this was real.
Yep.
No, because I want to kill animals and get random things.
You can already kind of do that.
God, do not tell Cole about poaching.
What?
Cole, I want to buy you a hunting license for your birthday next year.
Yay! Take me to Australia. I got some plans.
Well, I mean, if it's American, because you might have to, I don't know how hunting license work for international stuff, but it is easy to get a hunting license in Alabama.
I mean, yeah.
Extraordinarily easy.
Just saying, Jesus.
Colt, let's just say you're gonna kill yourself a buck.
Yeah.
Any more thoughts about this? I can't really think of anything off the top of my head.
I'm gonna continue it because I think it's fun. I want to see some more farming.
I'm curious about where that image I put in the doc leads. So in the
I would love to know how he gets the gun.
Yeah. That's it for that.
All right, y'all up next. Speaking of isekai, we got another one. But
we got another one.
Another crazy gimmick. Reborn as a vending machine. I now wonder the dungeon. A vending machine fanatic meets his demise when he is quite ironically crushed by a vending machine. He finds himself reincarnated as a vending machine in another world. It's animated by Studio Gakumi and Axis.
This should not work.
I didn't realize vending machine was so much in that synopsis. Yeah, it shouldn't. But we could say it did.
Yeah, definitely work. Am I stretching? I mean, pretty easily the best isekai this season.
Yeah, it's the same thing from the last one. I want this to be a video game. It just seems so fun.
Yeah, like I don't know why I find it.
Well, I thought you were continuing your British bit.
I thought you were saying more. Okay. No, I thought it was fascinating. Like, oh man, I don't know. It caught me off guard. I mean, you have this. He ends up getting named towards the end, Boxo. There's also a Nendoroid coming of him, but it's really kind of. I'm trying to think of the system of like him being able to look at the different things he could sell, how much they cost, how much energy they use, and him trying to basically meet a quota every day. And then also too, he kind of slightly has magical abilities, and him trying to figure out how to communicate to other people, and also other people eating his products. It's pretty wholesome and cool, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because like reading just the title of the show, I'm like, so what? They're just going to make like this omnipotent vending machine become god of this fantastical world? But no, it's just like, oh no, this dude's a literal vending machine. Like the only way he can communicate is like he can say the message prompts that like a vending machine in Japan would say, like, thank you, hot or cold, and stuff like that. Like it's not like he can just be like, oh well, if I can somehow spill this milk and spell out this sentence, I can then have the incantation to give myself a mouth and be able to communicate with my like. No, it's just like, no, this dude's a fucking vending machine.
Yeah, and he figures this out too because he meets this character that is also going to be one of our main characters. Is she's able to figure out the system where like Tanner said, they were talking, and she was like, okay, this prompt means this prompt means this phrase or this word, like yes or no or whatever, and that's how they kind of figure it out. And that was like, it was like I guess too, that's also what makes this fascinating too, is like it's not like other isekai. I mean, he's really at like a huge fucking disadvantage. Like,
like he is just a vending machine.
Some would say the biggest disadvantage. But also heaven for him. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's like basically rubbing his nipples this entire thing. It's because he's a vending machine. He loves it.
Yeah, true.
If y'all could be reincarnated as an inanimate object, what would y'all want to be reincarnated as?
Oh God, never. I never want to be reincarnated as an inanimate object.
Yeah, that sounds like hell.
That's hell.
Yeah,
dude.
But just what would it be? Like,
if I had a choice, oh my God.
Like this guy chose vending machine, or didn't choose, but like he loved vending machines and he had to be a vending machine in the next life. What would y'all's be?
A mountain. Okay. I'd like to be a mountain so I can stand tall and look at everything.
Interesting.
Well, damn, Cole. That was actually a really good answer.
That's actually a great answer, actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would like to be something biodegradable so I could decay easily and then get reincarnated again. Maybe have a better shot at becoming something. I don't know. Maybe I'd like to be a claw machine so I can fuck with people.
That would be pretty funny. Actually,
that's interesting.
Reborn is a claw machine. I now wonder an arcade.
Cool. I think you just wrote the next great isekai.
Oh goodness!
I would be a pier.
What?
I think.
Oh, for boats. Yeah.
Yeah, like I would be on the ocean. I think that'd be nice.
Yeah, good.
Maybe, but the thing is like you're gonna have barnacles attached to you, and those suck.
Fine. I mean, I have no feeling, so
I win. Mountain's cooler.
I will say, Colt Mountain is a pretty cool one.
Yeah, so we don't have feeling. Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna be keeping up with this. I meant to watch like if more episodes were out when we first watched this, I would have went home and immediately watched them. But now that there are multiple out, I'm gonna start watching it.
Yeah, this definitely seems like one I want to catch up on. Also, Wenzel mentioned this. They are making a Nendoroid of the vending machine, which I find hilarious, and like I kind of want to buy it for the bit.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Yeah,
there was a lot of spit in that.
There was so much spit.
Why
in there.
was there so much?
I
don't know if that
I can't wait to smoke weed with you guys.
What?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I need that Nendoroid. It looks cool.
All right, y'all want to take one last break before we start our final stretch? Or do you want to
read another one just to have one for the road for the third stretch?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Okay, this is a good one to end off of, I think. I think it'll be easy.
All right, up next, and the final for this section, is Reign of the Seven Spellblades. Follows Oliver Horn as he enters a prestigious magic school named Kimberly. He discovers that not everything is as it seems, with the emergence of labyrinths, monsters, and other threats that endanger the students. Animated by J.C. Staff, famously known for Food Wars.
I miss Food Wars.
And this isn't a Food Wars.
Yeah.
It's a anime Harry Potter. With a dog getting stomped and turned into a red paste.
I mean, it happens to the best of us.
Not me. I wouldn't get stomped.
This one, I mean, it's not bad. It's just not stuff I'm really interested in. Because I'm not a Harry Potter person. Never been into the magic stuff.
Well, that's fair because this takes heavily from Harry Potter. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That was what the fuck? That was so deep, Tanner. Your voice.
Yeah. I don't know why. Like my throat caught. I'm just trying to seem cool.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't know.
I thought that it was funny that everyone had like American names or English names.
No, it's Harry Potter, so
yeah.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. There was a section in there where they were talking about where their families are from, and I didn't pay attention.
I just don't remember.
I love how you're like, let's do one more for the road. What was this one about?
I know, I know exactly what it's about. It's just like I don't remember.
No, because I'm right there with y'all. I just remember this being like, oh, it's Harry Potter with swords.
Like, okay, so I guess what an interesting thing is that what was it? It was like 20% of the students at the school might either die or get like crippled
or go crazy.
Or go crazy or get crippled from the magic. And it's like, Jesus Christ, why does anybody let any child here? Like,
like, and the animation's not bad either. It's good.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's just, I don't know. The way they do their magic is like, it just doesn't interest me, I guess.
It seems so weird how we get no like magic anime ever. and then this comes out the season after Mashal.
Yeah.
I just feel like maybe you should just watch Mashal.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, Mashal does kind of a Harry Potter style, especially with the wands, but it doesn't because Mashal doesn't use magic, and it's far more interesting.
And it's funny.
And it's funny.
And it doesn't have a dog getting stepped on, as far as I'm aware of.
Yeah, this seems to be kind of serious, and I mean, I gotta say, I hate serious stuff, so.
Yeah, I'm never serious.
Never serious, no. No, it just doesn't, it wasn't up my alley. I mean, there's a character who's like a samurai. She gets introduced. I mean, she seemed kind of cool, but like I'm not, it just doesn't grab me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there. Again, if like, and I know like these things get planned in advance, but like if I'm gonna watch any show that loosely draws upon Harry Potter / magic school tropes, I'm watching Mashal over this. Like, I just don't have time for 2 shows like that in my life. And Mashal just is a far more interesting concept with the idea than what if Harry Potter had a katana? Like, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. And see, you'd think that would sound cool in other hands, I guess. Like, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, just kind of a meh.
Yeah. Is that all we have to say about it?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I thought this would be easy, because I was like, okay, it'd be
Yeah.
kind of short. Okay, for me.
So yeah, that's a little section there. We're gonna take another break. And Wenzel will be taking the hold of the last 10.
Yes, sir.
We'll catch y'all in just 1 second. Watch, we're already back.
I know, it's me. All right, that's
sometimes, this isn't a spoiler because you literally can't spoil, but Freddie and Carly are getting married at the end of the 3rd season of the reboot, and
there's 3 seasons out
of the reboot. Yes, and it ends on a cliffhanger, so I assume they intend on making a season 4, because at the end of the season 3 they're like, does anybody have any objections to the wedding? And all of a sudden it cuts to Carly and Spencer, and they're like, Mom? Because, we've never seen their mom.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Because I was under the assumption the reboot was going to be like a 1 season and done sort of deal.
Yeah, I thought that's what happened.
No, because Freddie and Carly get together at the end of season 2, and then they're getting married at the end of season 3, and it ends on a cliffhanger. But it's so weird. But like the Zoe 102 thing, it was just like a one-off special.
Huh.
Yeah, but iCarly, for some reason, is the show that is seemingly getting I don't even know how long the original run of iCarly was, but like
it had to be pretty long, because I remember watching new episodes pretty much constantly.
6 seasons.
Yep.
Wow. So, and the reboot is about to be on its 4th season.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
That's crazy.
Is it good?
When I watched the reboot, because it's like, because it's on Paramount, so it's not on Nickelodeon or anything. So like they like cuss and stuff now, like it's more adult.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what this, at least the stuff I watched, is like what it's about. Is like Carly rebooting iCarly, but to make it like more adult friendly, like it's essentially like cater to like the older Zoomers.
Yeah.
And stuff. So it's kind of, it's interesting. It's weird to see like the characters like you used to watch on TV when you were a kid being like, oh man, my sex life is awful.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say that's kind of, I think that's what the draw of it is like, these characters you grew up as a kid with kids, and then now they're older and they're adults, and I guess they're talking about adult stuff. Maybe that's kind of weird, because I don't know, because there was that one episode where one of them tried to get, I think Freddie, or they tried to get Carly into like a threesome or something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Also, it was revealed this season that the way Spencer was able to pay for all of Carly's like school and stuff was that he was a prolific sperm donor.
Yes, I did see that. I did see that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so like it wasn't his art. I mean, he sold his art and stuff, but it was mainly because he was just like a prolific sperm donor, which I'm like, oh, well, that's funny.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's definitely not bad. I don't know how many people are watching it, just because I can't assume that many people have Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
But
unless it's like the only draw.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's done well enough to, like I said, it's done 3 seasons in 3 years, and seemingly they plan on doing a 4th. So,
I mean, I enjoyed the original iCarly stuff, but now if I watch some of it today, I'd probably be weirded out because I didn't notice all the signs.
Yeah, you don't notice all the feet stuff when you're 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, I with this now, it's like it's not that, and they're all adults. So
yeah.
But it is like part of the reason why some of the cast didn't come back. Like, it's the reason Jeanette McCurdy's not in it is because she had like such a, which I completely understand, had such a horrific experience with like Dan Schneider.
I still need to read her book.
I do too. I really want to read it.
Well,
yeah, it seems interesting.
All right, that's been iCarly.
Yeah, that's been our iCarly minute.
This is gonna be a weird section too. So we're in the final section right now. We're still in Crunchyroll, but it's almost over. And I'll be the one walking you through this. So first up is Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence. Dwelling in the small outskirts of a peaceful town, Lawrence works as a local pastor for the townsfolk. When in need, he is responsible for guiding people to the church to visit the saint, a symbol of good morals who heeds each parishioner's struggles and grants them sincere advice. Cecilia, a kind young girl, is tasked to fulfill this role. However, this tiresome job quickly exhausts her. That, paired with her hidden somnolent nature, often causes her to laze around the church. This leaves Lawrence to care for the church all by himself, while Cecilia sleeps in anticipation for her next visitor. Lawrence caters to her needs alongside performing the church's numerous responsibilities. Animated by Doga Kobo. They are the ones that animated Oshinoko.
Ah,
I did not even. Interesting.
Yep.
Because they're not. I mean, they're not animated, and I don't think there's really that much similarity between this and Oshinoko.
Not really. The style is like pastel-y, I want to say.
Yeah, it's like pastel, and like
pastoral,
a little more muted.
You could even say pastoral because it takes place in the countryside.
Yeah.
Yeah. And muted. Yeah, definitely. A wholesome Christian anime.
Finally. Yeah. We've all literally been praying for it.
Yeah, brother.
So I was tasked with by myself and by the others to see if the mangaka or the studio who made this is Christian, or there's some kind of weird Christian thing going on. And boy, did I try. But there's nothing. Like, there's nothing really about the mangaka, and the studio is Doga Kobo, which we know that's not it's not some secret Christian organization or anything.
Yeah, because Oshinoko is not Christian.
Well, that and also too, they make some of their genres is like lesbian. So like they couldn't be. So yeah, but but on my quest to find stuff out, I did find out a little bit about Saint Cecilia and Lawrence, and they're based, well, Cecilia more so is based on an actual saint. She was a saint from Rome with a story that she wanted to remain a virgin, but was forced to marry a pagan and became a saint by singing really good at the wedding. So she was declared the saint of musicians. And yeah, post-marriage, she said an angel would punish her husband if he raped her, and told him how to see the angel for proof. He did so, and everything was fine, but then she was killed for not renouncing her beliefs.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What's happening? Wait, so the husband raped her?
No, so basically, she didn't, she just didn't want to have sex, and or like domestic rape can happen.
Yeah.
So like if he were to force himself on her without her consent or anything like that, then it was basically what she said was there's an angel, and she just lied and said there was an angel, and that if he ever does that or anything, the angel would punish him, and it was basically him like, well, how do I see this angel? And she shows him, this is how you see the angel. It was like some kind of elaborate trick, and he was like, oh shit, okay, so he believes her.
What the fuck?
But then later she renounces her beliefs, and she was did somebody sneeze?
Yeah, that was me. I tried to hold it off mic.
Okay. So thanks for that. So she was killed for not renouncing her beliefs. So there is a 5th century church in Rome that you can visit today called Santa Cecilia in Trastevere, maybe Trastevere, dedicated to Saint Cecilia.
So what was who killed her?
Who do you think?
I don't know.
The church killed her.
For not renouncing her beliefs?
No, the church killed her for renouncing her beliefs.
Oh, okay. Why is she still considered a saint?
I don't
probably
know.
As a whoopsie. They probably went, whoops.
The
Catholics seem to do that a lot. They'll the church will kill somebody and they'll be like, "Ooh, maybe we shouldn't have done that. They're a saint."
Yeah, I mean, and yeah. So
but also seems like
farting. I want to be the saint of farting and pooping.
But also seems like, I mean, she was made a saint while alive, which is pretty rare in like what we know about Catholicism.
Sounds like the Pope was drunk.
No. Saints can be made alive or dead. Martyrs can only be made when they're dead.
Maybe that's why I'm confusing.
Now I should mention Pastor Lawrence. He actually, there's been a lot of Lawrences throughout history. He might be somebody I did see where somebody did some research. Oh god, I was just skimming through everything, and there was a Lawrence that existed at the same time that Saint Cecilia was in Rome, and he was a martyr because he died later. So they think that maybe that he could partially be based on that, but yeah. So
I do not see this show going in that direction. I'm just gonna call it like I see it.
Yeah. It's basically a slice of life, wholesome romance comedy kind of thing going on. It's okay.
But with the church.
With a church, I mean, and while it, we say Christian, it doesn't really lean so heavily on like, I guess more of like the this first episode anyway. It seems, see, it's interesting because people shove this into the fantasy genre, and I definitely see that just because of the angels that we do see in this first episode, and also too, it doesn't lean on Christian teachings or Catholic teachings as much as like anything else. If anything, it's more focused on the characters and their relationship rather than Christianity and the church.
Yeah, which is probably what like steered me away from believing that this was like supposed to be some weird like psyop. I was like, I mean, they're not. I was like, they're not really. I mean, yes, it is like obviously religious, but it's not like they're like, oh man, I would hate to damn somebody to hell for having premarital sex. Like it's not, we
only watched the first episode.
That is true.
We didn't watch the after credits that said paid for by the church.
Well, I will say I was looking at, because when I was looking stuff up, I was having to go like into forums to see if there was anything about this goddamn mangaka, and it was just all people talking about how much they love the manga or whatever. So there's nothing like that as far as I know.
Yeah, unless the people that say they love them are all like religious.
Part of the bit.
I mean, true, but I don't know.
The forums Wenzel were on were called like Christian Fanatic.
I love Jesus.com.
I mean, to be fair, they also all made the joke like, finally a wholesome Christian anime.
And what if that's not a joke?
But then somebody was like, have you seen JoJo? And they're like, oh yeah.
That is true.
That's true.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is a very in my opinion, a very run-of-the-mill slice of life. It just does have that funny element with Saint Cecilia being like this revered character in the village that they live in, and then so you kind of see two sides of her, and the other side of her is just like, I'm hungry, I'm sleepy. And then you just have Pastor Lawrence like having to deal with like her shenanigans while she's not like granting miracles or whatever. So I think that's an interesting part. I would not watch any more of this. It just, but it's fine. Like if you're somebody that loves the genre, you will probably enjoy this.
And if you're religious, you probably like it, I guess. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're looking for a way to kill 23 minutes at the next youth group meeting, with spirits on fire, hearts on fire, desire the fire, with some crazy Christian teens, show them this.
Yeah, I pretty much hold the same opinions as Tanner. It's very generic feeling slice of life, but with a weird coat of paint, being the religious stuff. And the religious stuff, when I see stuff like that, I usually like go away unless it's something that I know is going to be like, fuck the church.
Yeah, this isn't that.
No.
Which, I mean, I will say, in a way, you could say it's kind of making fun of the whole concept of Catholicism, where they're like, oh, look at this girl that this village worships and they think she's a saint. She's actually like just a girl. But then it does also kind of go into like, well, she can like actually for real see angels.
Yeah.
So.
So I should mention, I don't know what happened whenever I was making some of this information on here. But I had forgotten that I put a note in here, and I don't know why I was not in here, but on my app on my notes app to remind myself that I need to add this because Colt asked some good questions, and I was just like kind of improvising. So Colt, you asked who killed her. Obviously, for not renouncing her beliefs, I realize I know that doesn't sound like that makes sense. It was because she wasn't killed by the church. She was killed by his name is Almachius, because she refused to believe in false gods, quote unquote. So they were forcing her. She was killed because she was Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, and and because she buried the dead.
Oh,
I didn't know that was like,
weird.
I didn't know that was a thing where it was like, yeah, her refusal to worship false gods and her burying of the dead led to her arrest, and then she was arrested and killed.
If this show takes that kind of turn,
I'd be interested.
it would be interesting from just like how we get to what episode 1 was to that, but yeah, I'm not gonna watch to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. I don't know what happened today. I woke up this morning and I was like, I was completely refreshed, and then at some point during this day, I got so fucking sleepy, and I've just been so like just hazy today. It's so fucking weird. I don't know why.
TikTok died. It's a sad day. TikTok, tater tot.
Tater tot.
Oh,
yeah.
I was like, what happened to TikTok?
Yeah, so like, yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why. I completely forgot about my note. And
listen, one of the greatest philosophers of all time. I don't even think I have to say who it is for the quote. But
Kojima?
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
Oh,
I know. I just don't know why I doubled down. I was like, you don't understand what I'm saying? She was killed by the church.
I read it as she was killed by the church. Also, just knowing what I know about very early Catholicism, that seemed like the logical jump to make.
Well, yeah, no, in my mind, I was thinking, oh, well, it was because what she told her husband, but they were like, you didn't see an angel. But she was like, no, I saw an angel, and that's why she was killed. But then I was like, wait a minute, no, I wrote a note down. I forgot about this. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, I guess if you're Christian and you want something wholesome, go watch this. I don't know. I don't know.
I just can't imagine like just say if you are a religious person, whatever, a religious person like sitting around and being like, God, I just wish there was an anime that shared the same beliefs as me. Like I just don't. It's just not. I don't think anime as in general is just like the medium for you to interact with.
Yeah, I think most Christians see anime as like demonic because all the people look like demons from hell.
I mean,
you're right,
dude. We knew people like locally that for years and probably still do think that Harry Potter is demonic.
Yeah. I mean, that was how my mom felt when I was little, but now she doesn't care.
Wait a minute. We all don't think here that Harry Potter is the Antichrist?
Uh-oh.
Did we not all go to church last Sunday and talk about how Harry Potter is, J.K. Rowling is now on our side for her.
Obviously, the devil possessed her from the years
but now
1999 to 2011.
Okay, but now, sorry, I'm fucking up my own bit here. So J.K. Rowling, when we all were like, "Ooh, J.K. Rowling, you lady making satanic stuff." But now, after what she said about her just being so brave and opening up, it's like now we see that Harry Potter is actually a retelling of the Bible.
Harry Potter Jesus.
Wenzel, I'm not shitting you. There is a very small subset, even like before it, she was completely outed as like a completely garbage person. There is a small subsection of the fandom of the Harry Potter fandom that does believe that Harry is supposed to be like a loose symbol for Jesus Christ.
Damn, that's awesome.
Like, yeah,
that's
like I mean, some of it is far-reaching, but then some of it is like on the nose. I don't know, but that is a held belief. I've never seen one piece of media be treated as demonic, but also as like, actually, this is probably the most Christian media you can interact with. But yeah, I just thought I would fit that in there.
Oh man,
strange. Also, people thought Pokemon was demonic, which I
agree.
They're just.
I mean, there's 1,000 of those fuckers now. One of them's pure evil.
Yeah, it had
yes,
to be,
there is.
It had to be
Politoed.
The Grimmsnarl.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. It's not Politoed. Maybe Grimmsnarl. There's another one that's evil. Oh God.
Oh, the dinosaur dragon that looks like a fucking apple tart.
That's not evil. That's tasty.
If any animal looks edible alive, no.
Would you eat one?
Well, because it says that they smell like apple, right?
Yeah,
well, I mean,
yeah.
It says they smell like apple pie for the other one. Appleton.
Okay, but don't. Yeah, it's Appleton. But don't think that they're gonna taste like apple pie. They eat apple pie because apple pie does exist in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's called something else because apples. But
I would be interested. I don't know. I guess it would. What
wait a
would?
Minute. Okay, this is gonna sound really fucked up, but would it be like apple chicken?
Apple chicken?
No, like with the texture of chicken, but tastes like apples.
Oh, I'd eat that.
No, I'm saying more like somebody has to have made it. Maybe like a sweet kind of chicken. What I'm saying?
You're just making me want to eat it even more.
Now you're making me go to Google.
Because think about it. Like, what if it's like a like an applesauce? Not applesauce like you think, but
you fucking crush it like you stab it and it's bleeding applesauce.
But like a sauce that you put on like hot wings or whatever. But like it's like
an apple glaze.
Apple
news
glaze.
For everybody.
Thank you.
According to its Pokedex entry, Appleton has skin on its back that is especially yummy, which children used to have as a snack. It is called the Apple Nectar Pokemon after all, but it does feel weird how much of a food item this Pokemon really is.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm eating that thing. I'm eating it.
You don't have to eat it. You can just eat the stuff on its back.
Yeah, and apparently it regrows.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll keep it as my friend and I'll eat it.
Interesting.
Okay. So that's a wholesome Pokemon. But what's evil, man? What's an evil one? I can't. There's one. I know it's fucking evil. It's
racist Pikachu.
Yeah, everybody's favorite.
That's pretty evil. Man, yeah, Hitler Pikachu.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We need to move on.
Okay. Yeah, that special event was really weird.
So next up is Sweet Reincarnation. This is animated by Synergy SP. That sounds like an oil company.
It sounds like a Minecraft YouTuber.
It does too. and Comet and Studio Comet. This is when this takes place. It's an isekai. When a young, talented pastry chef dies in a freak ice sculpture related accident, he's given a new chance at life in a fantasy world. Reborn as the young son of a nobleman with the spot-on name of Pastry, the former chef is stuck living the life of a pampered only son with swords and magic when he'd really rather be concocting sweets, the likes of which his new world has never seen. What do we think about this one?
Honestly,
it's fun. Probably, I mean, second best isekai this season. You know, where that bar lands for you, I don't know. But I think it's fun. This would be one that I would be willing to watch at least another episode of, because I do think the concept is interesting. Where like he has like all the magic and like is pretty skilled with the sword. And he's like, fuck all that. I don't want to be a nobleman. I don't want to own land. I want to cook, which I can respect.
I can respect that. What were you gonna say, Colt?
I didn't like it. It's not the worst isekai because the worst one was the baby one. But it's above that one. I just found it incredibly boring and not something I'm necessarily interested in.
Okay, you say that, but can we all call back to that one scene where a priest takes this guy's son and puts him in a deprivation chamber for 3 days?
Okay, that was pretty fucked up. Now that I think about that,
and they were like, yeah, he's obviously a super powerful mage, and then it like cuts to his inner thoughts. He was like, I was just thinking about what I can do with apples the whole time, because his dad told him about this fruit. He was like, that sounds a lot like apples, and they have a fruit in this world that's very similar to apples. He's like, yeah, I'm about to make so much fucking money.
The imagery they used in this this one specific scene where they're have him in the basement, he's tied up to a chair with a blindfold on. Isn't he just in his underwear, or am I making that up?
No, I think you are.
It felt very serial killery. No, either way.
Well, no, I say deprivation because he is literally being deprived of his senses almost, except for his nose and his mouth. So basically, you are kind of in a ballpark cold of like they wrap this cloth around him so he can't move his arms or legs. They strap him to a chair, they blindfold him, and that's it.
His dad paid a creepy priest to tie up his son and feed him for a few days.
No, he didn't eat.
He didn't eat.
Time.
Oh, he just fucking paid.
Yeah, because what this was like the dad testing to see if Pastry had like the innate ability to be like a powerful mage.
To call upon magic to whenever he's like fully deprived or whatever, like he can focus in on his, I don't know, cour, I guess you want to call it.
Yeah.
And to answer any questions about like feeding or drinking or whatever, they gave him something in the very beginning of that section so that he can do that, so he doesn't have to eat or drink anything. I don't remember what it was.
I feel like there's probably a better way to go about learning your power, getting your power.
There's 1,000 ways better to do it.
I literally can't think of any. Like right now, if you said, Tanner, we have to go test to see if you have the ability to be a powerful mage, I'd be like, I would already be in my underwear, say, okay, strap me up.
And Tanner is like in the serial killer basement, strapped to a chair, and 3 days later we get in there, he's screaming.
I'm just imagining You say serial killer basement, and I immediately go to art house basement, where we've recorded so many podcasts, and you'll just leave me down there for 3 days.
It's just Tanner screaming water.
I could just picture like Pat upstairs and Cannon upstairs, just hearing Tanner screaming at all nights of the all fucking. All
I want to ask y'all. I want to ask y'all a serious question. As we know, like the art house, love them all. If we were to somehow sneak me into the art house basement and strap me up, and if I was quiet, how long do you think it would be before I was discovered by someone that lives at art house? Because I think I could. If no podcasts were recorded, if we purposely avoided it, I think I could last a week.
Okay.
As long as you're over near the podcasting equipment, you could, because they do go down there for their laundry.
Well, do they? I mean, do they though? Like,
yeah, that's where the washing machines.
Yeah, the washer and dryer.
I thought they would have problems with that.
I imagine they fixed it by now.
Did they though?
Either that, or they're just taking it to a laundromat, which is possible.
I was gonna say, like, because their landlord fucking sucks. So could they get fixed? You know, like I never asked. I never thought about it.
That was like a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
But it honestly may be easier to just take it to a laundromat at this point, just because like
it's already so fucked up.
Yeah, it's so fucked up, and they're fairly close to laundromats.
Okay, but you know what though? If they're only, let's say they're only just going to do the laundry, I would say Tanner might make it half a week, because I feel like they would only go through that door, then get out, go up the stairs, and leave.
Also, Cannon does shoot TikToks down there.
That is true.
That is true. Damn.
Well, I mean, what if I hid? like what if I was
you
hidden
could last
in the
there
basement?
as long as you want.
Well, I'm just saying, what if I was hidden in the basement?
Well, I mean, they have a pit, don't they?
Yeah, there's like a door underneath.
Yeah, you know, what every house has a fucking pit.
Well, no, they have a pit.
Yeah, I know.
Like, so if you just, I mean, honestly, you could just go in there.
And honestly, that would be more deprivation chamber-esque.
Yeah.
But also, I just find something really funny about being in a deprivation chamber that has acted as the podcast studio for the last 3 years.
It seems kind of poetic for you to be in there to try to harness your magic power.
We're gonna put a chastity thing on your dick as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and put a mic in front of my mouth.
Yeah, so we can hear we'll record it and upload it to Patreon.
Yeah, and the only way to unlock your chastity belt is with a combination lock.
Oh yeah, what about this anime?
I have a great podcast idea off mic, but it's pretty much what we all just said.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think it's all right. It might be something I would see a second episode of. I don't know. I do like how this kid is just so concerned with baking, because I understand that. Yeah, I mean, it's fun, you know.
Also, his name's Pastry, and he's not the only one with food name.
No, his dad. I can't remember his dad's fucking name.
Wonder Bread.
Cocoa Melon.
Cocoa Melon, not a food.
Does that not sound like a food though?
It sounds like a food, but I think it's the baby's name. Is that not the baby's name?
No, I know. I'm just saying, Cocoa Melon. That's a food.
Wasn't his name was like Baby Shark?
Wasn't his name like Paw Patrol?
Johnny eating sugar, no papa.
You know, when we first got socks, when like we would go out of the house, I'd put those videos on for him. I think that's why he was so evil for so long.
Yeah, you fucking turned him into a demon.
Yeah, just Baby Shark pisses him off.
Hold on, I'm trying to look it up because I gotta. I'm so fucked up right now. I'll try to look up this goddamn.
I like to think Widgel just got incredibly drunk before we recorded.
I think it's casserole.
Oh no, it is casserole, isn't it?
Yeah, it's casserole. Yep, and it's so weird because his mom's name is just Josephine.
Everybody's favorite food.
Now there are other characters. There's Brioche. There's spoilers. Sheets. There's Licorice.
Strudel.
No, that's it.
No, there is a Strudel. I'm looking at some characters on anime.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. It's probably the second best isekai, or maybe third. I don't know.
Yeah, it's inoffensive, but like a season as stacked as this, like it probably wouldn't make like my top 10.
No, me either. No.
Not even top 25. Top 25, nah.
Wow. Are we ready for the next one?
Yes.
Okay, I get a burp. All right. TenPuru. It's oh my god, Akamitsu Agami was always told by
God, Akamitsu Agami. It sounded like you were all about to bust.
Oh my
god. The Heartburn Anime Review Podcast, where we all have chronic heartburn and just
no, this
clearing our throats the whole time.
This Mr. Pibb I'm drinking is super spicy.
Dude, my story zero sugar is extra spicy and it's fruity.
It's that damn vaccine. It's because of that jab.
It's so goddamn. Okay. Akamitsu Akagami was always told by his father that no one can live alone, but he's sure determined. I know that's very vague, but that was on the official thing.
Yeah.
After all, his father sure wasn't saying it with the best intentions, and Akamitsu has no desire to become like that creep. Animated by Gecko. So basically, what happens in this is that this character we have here, Akugami, his father leaves him very early on because he's
a horny old dog. He's a horny dog.
His dad's a whore. And
he's a dog. No.
and Akugami or Akimitsu realizes later on, he's like because when he was a kid, he called his dad cool, but then he realizes, oh no, my dad's terrible. So he tries to be not like his dad. He tries to focus on school and stuff. He ends up meeting a girl by pure accident, and he falls in love at first sight, and he's like, this is bad.
Literally just breaks the walls of his abstinence down. He's like, yeah, I am appallingly horny.
And yeah, he's an incel. No, it's a cell. He's trying to be a cell.
I don't know if he's an incel, but he's definitely would wear a shirt that said virginity rocks.
Yeah, he would, because he's voluntary celibate.
Yeah.
And then he becomes a monk, and he goes to a monastery. And who's at this monastery? The girl that he saw. And there's this whole like fucking misunderstanding that happens. It's kind of funny, it's kind of creepy. It's just nothing but women, and he's like super horny, but he's like, oh shit, I need to get out of here. And after a while they finally clear up everything. It's been converted into a nunnery, which is weird to hear, because I just, when I think of Europe, I think of, okay, there's monasteries and there's nunneries with nuns and monks. But then when I think of Japan, I only think of monks. So that's weird. But this is their equivalent. Yeah. And then there's kind of this funny little bit at the very end that kind of starts off the whole fucking thing, where he says his name and they realize, or he finds out that his dad borrowed money from their nunnery that was like what, like over, like it was like 1 million yen or something.
2.5 million yen.
And he's going to have to basically work and pay it all back. So yeah.
Also, it's fucking packed with fan service. Like, holy shit, there's so much fan service.
Yeah. There was like a bit where they were like, that guy is a pervert or whatever, and I guess the head nun was like, oh really? And then immediately shows her fucking boobs.
To me, this show really harkens back to like mid 2000s anime that like somebody would tell you to like, oh, you should look this up on all the fucking websites we used to have to watch anime on.
Anime 44 and all that.
Yeah, I was trying to remember specific names. But where it like it borders on the edge of like, oh, that could be problematic. And it like it grazes that line. But like it actually does have like some pretty decent comedy in it. Like I would say we actually laughed a couple of times watching.
Yeah, there's some giggles.
And it definitely seems like that's the kind of vibe it's going for. So if that sounds interesting to you, I'd say go for it. I would maybe even watch a second episode, but kind of in the same ballpark as like Sweet Reincarnation. It's not in my like immediate like, oh, I need to catch up on TenPuru.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I really can't say much about it because it has some funny bits in it, and it really does graze that line of like, okay, well, that's kind of fucking creepy. Especially one where he landed on a woman and he was trying to crawl back up, but the way he was crawling, it looked like he was like dry humping her.
Oh, I thought that's what was happening.
No, he was trying to get up and crawl, but he was crawling in the same direction as her, and it looked like he was dry humping her, which he was not trying to do. I don't know. It's weird.
So yeah, if that sounds like your kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm with Tanner. I liked it to an extent. It's just the fan service is what like kicks me away from anime like this. It just, I'm not a huge fan of fan service, and you definitely kind of overdid it here.
Colt says he's not a fan, but then when he sees a woman with big boobs in a manga, he's screaming at me to read it.
Yeah, because I don't hate all fan service. I just hate it when it's overdone. It's like, you're just horny when you're drawing this.
Fair. I'm just pulling your leg.
Which one?
I'm pulling both of his legs.
Wait, what?
I'm dragging you.
Those are my testicles.
No, I'm pulling your legs and I'm stealing your shoes.
Damn it.
Damn, he's stealing your Sonic Crocs.
No.
And you're trying to stop me, but I'm just hitting you and I'm telling you, no, and I'm taking your Sonic Crocs.
And he has a little squirt bottle where every time you swat at him, he goes pss, 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 and he squirts you.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
And then he tickles your feet.
Yeah.
And then he like when we're both sleeping at night, he like gets at the end of the bed and like puts my foot in his mouth.
All right, I don't know why you made it weird.
I don't know why I don't know why you would say that.
Next anime?
Colt, we need to talk to you about some stuff, and this is, I think, the perfect time to do that. Cut the podcast.
I told you not.
I think 3.5 hours into this episode, we have to have an intervention.
How many times I've told you not to rile me up? Okay.
Yeah, he's like a dog.
Yeah, I mean, every time I see Colt, he does piss himself just a little bit. He's so excited.
He's so excited. Okay, the fucking episode of Family Guy is playing on my TV right now. Where
what the fuck? You're doing the bit where it's like, wow, podcast born in hell, and you're watching Family Guy.
No, I'm not watching it. It's just odd, and I just look up, and it's the bit where Brian's so old and fat, and Peter has to help him to the water bowl.
Oh fuck, that is a funny bit.
That is
really
a good
funny
bit.
I'm not watching it. It's just odd. Okay.
No, Wenzel, that would actually be a very fucking funny like caption like for Twitter. Be like, oh, this podcast recording boring fuck. And it's just you take a picture of your TV and it's Family Guy.
To be fair, every time we do a podcast, I have my TV on. Don't ask why.
Me too. I'm watching the 2012 presidential debates.
I'm watching the death of Princess Diane.
Okay. We're gonna talk about the next one. Next anime is Undead Murder Farce. Taking place between the late 19th century and early 20th century in a world filled with supernatural and magical creatures. Sugaru Tsunuchi, a half-demon alongside servant Shizuku Hisai, leave Japan and embarks on a journey across Europe to retrieve the body of Aya Rindo, the Immortal, who was decapitated by an unknown villain prior to the start of the series, with only Aya's head as the living evidence for the journey. Animated by Lapin Track.
Pretty.
Love this.
It was good.
I loved it. I am invested in it.
I won't lie, and it's probably pretty apparent. I'm usually not huge on like the gothic aesthetic. It's just not what I'm looking for, and that's very much what this is. But the story to me is so fascinating. Like I'm just super interested in it. Also, I'm trying to figure out why Crunchyroll calls it Undead Murder Farce. I thought I was right, but on the light novel is
it's Undead Murder Farce Girl, I think.
No, Undead Girl Murder Farce.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Because I was like,
I forgot to mention that because when I was looking this up, I noticed that and I was like, that's so weird. But then I forgot to write it down.
Interesting.
Thank you.
But yeah, I thought this fucking rocked. I was trying to see what else the studio has worked on because I was really interested in like the whole style of it. Like it looks really good, and they've really not worked. Oh, they did Zanmai. This series did. They co-animated Zanmai with Mappa. Yeah, okay. It actually looks like they've done a couple of They also did Uchitama. Have you seen My Tama?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is.
It looks like a cat anime that they also co-animated with Mappa in 2020. I've literally never heard of that.
What the fuck? Yeah, first time I'm seeing this. It's some cat people. Furry thing.
But yeah, it has a great style to it. Wow, it makes so much sense that they did Zanmai. Now that I think about it, like, yeah, because this is really stylized. It does have the gothic aesthetic, and I mean, obviously, if you listen to the premise, it does hit you over the head with it. Like one of our main protagonists is just a head in a fucking birdcage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's super sick, and it actually looks like it's going to have like some pretty decent action set pieces as we saw in the first episode. So I'm hyped, and I'm always interested in anime that does have like fight sequences, but doesn't necessarily lean on like magic per se. It's just like hand-to-hand combat, which kind of seems like what this is maybe going to be. Maybe a transformation, maybe. But yeah, I'm sold on it, and I loved it.
Yeah, this is super sick. It seems like again, we don't know exactly because we've only seen the first episode, but it very much leans more on the physical side because it's also really cool because it starts off with saying this is an alternate 19th century Japan, one that you don't know, where like all of the kind of the creatures from like folklore and everything they exist, and and we don't really know, about magic, but then at the same time, it we get kind of a hint at maybe like mad scientist because our main character he was human at some point, but he was turned into a half demon by a mad scientist who was the one who also cut off the immortal's head, and so we're getting kind of like that because they have to go to Europe, and it's kind of very much like feels like a Frankenstein-y kind of way, especially with how the character we see flashbacks of him strapped down to a table, like kind of Frankenstein-y, kind of wacky, like mad scientist lab, Victorian era kind of stuff. And then, like Tanner said, the gothic aesthetic, which the gothic predates the new or is the predecessor to the noir. And we kind of get hints of noir, especially with how like with this journey, and also too with our demon character. Whenever we see the intro, he's wearing like kind of like a trench coat, which is very much a noir kind of look. And the opening was really good too. Yeah, and it's just beautiful too, especially when we get introduced to the immortal in the birdcage. She's just the way they've animated her and her hair, it's really pretty.
And her assistant's really badass.
Yes, absolutely. She like that fight between her and Sanucci was really sick. And there's a lot of conversation too, like in this first episode about like I mean, kind of philosophizing in a way. It was actually very interesting about like what like Sanucci's aim is out of this journey and what he's doing, why he fights, because he's like part of like a circus basically, and where he'll fight other monsters and kills them, and yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm excited for this. I'm really interested, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add because I hold the same feelings as you both. It's good. I want to continue watching.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy recommendation from all of us, I think. But like, definitely, if it can hold this level of quality through the whole season, I feel like this is going to be one we'll probably be talking about at the end of the year.
Yeah,
absolutely. We ready for the next one?
Speaking of God tier, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, shit. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Yohane.
Oh,
I feel like it's Yohane.
Yohane the Parhelion. I'll say that. We'll meet in the middle. It's Yohane. So ever since she was little, the girl Yohane has never fit in and has always felt apart from everyone in town. Her aspirations and true place in the world lie elsewhere. The story follows this girl who can't follow the rules as she journeys into the mysterious world. Yeah, that's fucking vague as hell. Because I couldn't find a really good synopsis, and I couldn't really think of one that like I don't know why I just couldn't think of one how to explain this fucking first episode. But basically, this girl, she goes to the big city because she wants to be a singer. But she, after 2 years, she fails basically, and she has to move back to her hometown, and her parents are gonna be gone for like I don't know how long, but they're basically saying, hey, just come back home, stay in our house for like however long, kind of figure everything out, and try to reestablish yourself, and like it basically feels like a very much back to your roots kind of story.
Yeah. I will say this is a part of the Love Live universe. I don't know.
I think it's like it uses Love Live characters and they're in a separate story, so it's not like Love Live. I think it's like normal girls singing in real world.
Yeah, so this is like an alternate timeline of, from what I can understand, of Love Live characters. I also just saw that they're making a game based on it.
Oh yeah, Love Live games are huge. It's probably a gacha.
No, this isn't gacha. This is based on this show, and it's coming to all major platforms. And it's not a gacha game.
Okay.
It's a Metroidvania.
Oh. Well, okay. I should mention too. I say this. There is technology in this anime, but there's also magic as well.
Yeah,
and a talking wolf dog.
Talking wolf dog. Which I put doggy. Her name is Lilaps.
Very cool doggy.
Very cool dog.
I don't mean to bring the mood down. I thought this was so incredibly boring.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy because I think we all thought that.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of the Love Live stuff. I've tried to dabble in it like 10 years ago. Haven't tried since. Well, now. if I like the music, I'll just listen to it on a service, YouTube, whatever.
And I didn't even think the song in this was good.
Nah, it's just
not
boring.
Really. It was just boring.
Like, and I guess we do have the frame of reference of comparing it to Bang Dream because we watched It's MyGo from this season as well. Bang, like that, I don't know what the general consensus is, Love Live versus Bang Dream. I thought Bang Dream blew them out of the water as far as like pilot episodes go. Like, I don't even think it's a fucking contest.
Well, currently on my anime list, this show has a 7.19, and Bang Dream 2023. There it is. It's MyGo 7.64.
Oh, so practically the same.
Yeah, it's just a like 30.30 difference.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I also did not mention this is animated by Sunrise.
Which Sunrise can do great work, but they can also do not great work. Because Gundam Hathaway, great.
Boring.
Oh. And just a lot of Gundam series. There are some bad Gundam series, but the majority are good.
All of them.
And I'm going to be honest. I was so bored by the plot. I couldn't even tell you if I didn't think the animation was awful, but I don't know if there was anything worthwhile mentioning about it.
It was unremarkable.
Yeah, it was just kind of unremarkable. But the plot was so bad, like it just took away like any sort of positive things I could have said about it because it was so boring. I don't want to say it was bad. It was just so dull and boring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really all I have to say about it.
Best thing about it is Doggy. That's it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Lilaps was kind of she was fun. That's it.
Yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah. Everybody ready for the final one in the Crunchyroll line?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
Next up is something that's been hyped about by a lot of people. It's Zom 100. This story stars. Now the story is has Akira Tendo, a 24-year-old office worker of ZLM. ZLM discovers himself trapped in a routine and meaningless life. He lacks drive and motivation, and since he is disenchanted with his career, however, when a zombie apocalypse caused by experimental bioweaponry unexpectedly strikes Tokyo, everything is turned upside down. This is animated by Bug Films.
Yes. What is... okay, I'm just gonna go to their My Anime list because Bug Films, you did some fucking cooking here.
I was literally trying to find the animation studio while Wenzel was talking because I was like,
this is the first thing.
So it has to be of like industry vets.
What?
Yeah, they having been established as recently as September 2021. However, the triumph that Zom 100 was in its first episode is particularly incredible considering that the title is the studio's first ever anime production.
Holy shit.
Wow.
This is a studio to keep your eyes on 100%.
100%. Because they, and I'm sure Wenzel can probably talk a little more about this just because I don't know words, but they use so many techniques. Like they do like kind of like the sketch sort of style, like the whiteout, just pencil sort of thing. The color that they use just brings like a whole different light. Like I haven't read the manga for Zom 100, but I can't obviously you don't get that in the manga. You don't.
Oh no, that's
those
one
pops
thing,
of color, the action.
One thing about coming from the manga, I'm probably like 30 some chapters into. I'm waiting for the Viz app to add some more. But the ones I've read, holy shit, they're good. It's very good art, but you don't have that color. I thought it was very neat that instead of blood, they just added like paintball.
Yeah,
like,
basically.
They got shot by paintballs.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like too they're using the covers of the manga as inspiration for that.
Yep.
Because the covers are always so colorful.
Yeah.
And, no, this was like I was hyped for this, but I didn't necessarily know too much. And then, we watched it, and I really love how at first it starts off with this guy working in an office. He is just oh my god, and it's very much based on like actual like conditions of work culture in Japan.
Yeah.
So I was pretty shocked because I didn't realize either that that they could actually you can sleep under your desk with a sleeping bag, and I was like, huh, I've never thought about that, but that makes sense
because that's a terrible thought.
That is a terrible thought. Yeah. So, but then whenever he realizes that he doesn't have to go to work, it's like that dude. He just like all of us.
Yeah, like that's the fun thing about the anime is that whenever the beginning part, it's a little bit colorful, but as he realizes how his job fucking sucks, the color it's like seeping out. But as
Yeah.
soon as the zombie stuff was happening, more color was coming into it. And then by the time he realized, I don't have to go to work anymore, it was fucking colorful as hell.
Yeah, like at the very beginning from him. So at first when he's going to work, it's very colorful and bright. But then when he actually starts to work and gets into the bustle and hustle and craziness of it, the colors become muted, become sadder, become depressing. And then as soon as he realized he doesn't have to go to work, it was like, I think it was literally like shots of color were starting to come back on the screen as if the screen itself was like being shot basically with paintball.
Yeah.
And it was so good. It was so cool. Like it was so crazy because the way the world looks so beautiful while there's this horde of undead just rampaging behind him and being absolutely terrifying, but at the same time so idyllic and beautiful for like just such a short scene or seconds of a scene. It was crazy. There's like a plane blowing up in the background. It was crazy. And then also too, I love it how they use this the sequence where when he realizes that he doesn't have to go to work, it like zooms out of Earth, out of our orbit, out of the solar system, out of the galaxy, and shows the universe, and has a like kind of an interesting little moment that I don't really think about enough with these type of zombie genre stuff is like thinking about like, on this tiny little planet, the speck of dust in this huge fucking universe is like there is tragedy happening. Well, not tragedy because tragedy that's very much happens, but like something horrific like zombies is happening. And like I never seen that really in zombie media. And
like an apocalypse level events happening, and it's just kind of like but it's just like this one problem in this vast infinity.
That is fun to think about. Just like a planet, the problems are exclusive to the planet. So if you're like on Mars, you're like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. Honestly, it could just be the country. We don't know if it's happening anywhere besides Japan.
That is true. Yeah, you get it. You guys get it. Like just a tiny dot, and this horrific shit's happening. But again, we're just a tiny dot, and this seems so unfathomable. Especially too when like in comparing it to our real lives and thinking about the already crazy shit that happens. It's just it causes like this kind of in my brain. It causes this weird, not
existential
kind of thing where I'm like, what the fuck? That's like so bizarre. And it was so sick. And also dude played rugby in what was it, college? So like he has some like athletic ability. So I think that's gonna be play into late. Oh, it did play into later because he tackles his fucking boss out of the building, and it was super sick. Like Tanner said, it was when he tackled him, he was giving his resignation to him, and there's like a moment of just pencil sketch of him getting fucking thrown out of the building from like one of the highest floors and landing, exploding. It was so cool.
Yeah, like I'm hard pressed to think of a show where with the first episode it demonstrates such a unique style. I'm not saying it's the first anime ever to utilize like the pops of color or whatever, but and especially knowing now that this is the first production of this anime studio and they have it knocked it out of the ballpark like this, like it only makes me excited to see more what they do in the near future, because obviously after this, and I'm sure this is probably going to be one of the more successful shows this season, I'm sure they're going to get a ton of work. But I don't know. I'm kind of hard pressed to even think of like a debut for a show I knew little about to leave such an impression on me, and to just have immediately such a recognizable, undeniable style to it.
Oh gosh, I'm pretty sure we've had several. I just can't think of off the top of my head.
Like I know when in JuJutsu Kaisen came, like it had like the style and the swagger about it, and like I guess this show kind of reminds me of like when I watched the first episode of JuJutsu Kaisen. I knew nothing about JuJutsu Kaisen before the anime came out, and like that's the kind of impression this left on me as far as style and swagger like goes. Like it just has like, it feels cool. It feels like the cool show to watch.
Yeah, I agree. Because I know for me personally, almost not every season, but a lot of seasons where we've covered stuff, there's always been one, two, maybe several that hit me just like this, and being so unique, knowing nothing about it. Yeah, and then also too at the very end when our character he stops at a gas station and he's just kind of contemplating stuff, and this is where we get the initial, like the actual like premise of this story, which is what the original manga is called. It's Zom 100 bucket list, and he writes a bucket list for himself to basically do while the world is to shit.
I also love that he paid for the notebook.
Yeah, that kind of pissed me off.
He's a good dude.
No, I'm just kidding. I know.
We don't get many characters in this first episode that matter. So in the future, we're gonna get some characters that are cool, and they're all adults. That's one thing that I really like about Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead, is that everyone here is an adult and everyone's acting appropriate towards each other.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, like I guess except for the boss.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But he got his shit rocked.
He did get his shit rocked.
And also, it's very fucking funny in the manga. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but let's just say you see some cheeks.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on. hold on.
What are you doing? It's your furious typing. Does anybody else have anything more to say?
No, easy recommendation. Maybe the easiest recommendation of the season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. 100%. I love it. I'm gonna keep up with it.
Yeah, same. All right, everybody ready for the final four?
Yeah, let's do it. Final four, baby.
All right, these are on High Dive. These are only four that we have on this service. So here we go. Now this one actually is on Shudder as well, which I
did not know.
I was very surprised.
Pat telling us that.
Patrick told us that. He was like, "Oh, there's an anime on Shudder."
which I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So this is called Dark Gathering. I put a note here that it came out on July 10th, which was my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. It stars Keitaru Gentoga, is a college freshman who hates ghosts. Unluckily for him, he has a knack for attracting spirits. 2 years ago, this connection had led him to receiving a spiritual imagery on his right hand, with his friend getting caught in the crossfire. Animated by OLM Team Masuda.
This is very fun. I just want to go ahead and say that I personally enjoyed this a good bit because I love the spooky vibe that's going on here, and I just love spooky vibes in general. It's just fun. And this little kid that is Yayoi, it's a good bit. There's a bit in this episode specifically where she has this little bunny that we come to find out are actually little spirits or ghosts that she captures, and she just squeezes the shit out of them.
And they're all scared of her.
Yeah.
It's a good bit. So technically, there's a scene where she throws one of the bunnies into a phone booth where a ghost is at, and the bunny explodes. So I'm guessing that means she just sacrificed a ghost.
Yeah, I assume, which is crazy. And this little girl has skulls for eyes.
Oh, this is a studio behind fucking Odd Taxi and Komi-san and The Good Berserk.
So a bit of a track record.
A great track record. Jesus Christ.
I'll say I liked it more than I thought I would. I wasn't like completely in love with it, but I do think it is a very fun. There was a show kind of similar that came out a couple of years ago, and I cannot for the. I should have looked it up. No, it was
Rintaro.
A cult something. Like a cult special force. I can't remember the actual. I know we covered it on one of these.
Oh wow!
But it reminded me of that. But I think this version is better because this is also leaning to like the horror aspect because there was like some genuinely terrifying like faces they gave some of the characters towards the end of the episode. That I'm like, oh, well, that's unsettling and creepy.
Are you talking about funny. Midnight Occult Civil Servants?
Yeah, yes. That's it. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep, that was it. God, that was probably 2018, 19 maybe when we talked about it. But yeah, this reminds me of that. But I like this just a little bit more.
And the style's really pretty, and it's just a good bit that this one guy's coming to tutor this little girl, and the person that hired him to tutor is she's like, all right, let's go hunt some ghosts.
Yeah, and the little girl's like, what? Are you afraid?
You fucking pussy?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally calls him a pussy. It's so good.
And this kid is fucking stressed out, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's really pretty. Like Colt said, I really like the spooky vibes. I'm not like 100% sold on it, I'll say. I definitely I would say I'm 90% sold, which isn't bad. Also, I just love Yayoi's fit.
Yeah, they got drip.
Got total fucking drip.
Yep.
Like, just to remind you guys, I'm gonna send it real quick. Look at this fucking drip.
Where are you sending it?
Twitter chat.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's drip. That's Kingdom Hearts drip.
Look at that fucking drip.
Yeah, I mean that is some Kingdom Hearts ass shit. I mean, her shoes have mouths.
I know,
and they're platform shoes. Yeah, no, God, that is drip. I forgot she was wearing a fucking tie.
Yeah, I completely forgot because I was just looking up some stuff anyway, and I was like, damn, such a good drip. Yeah, it's good.
Does it feel weird to anybody else this didn't come out in the fall?
Yeah,
kind of.
It seems like a perfect October show.
Well, you say that, but I feel like maybe they're trying to line something up with October.
They could be because it's a 25 episode run.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, then completely disregard what I just said then.
Yeah, so yeah, they totally could be lining up. Yeah, this is probably one of my I'll save it for the end.
But yeah,
this is one of my favorites.
Ton of fun. Pretty easy recommendation from me and I think all of us.
Yeah, give it a giggle. No, a gaze. That's what I was going for.
Maybe check it out on Shudder. See if Shudder gets more like weird horror anime.
That'd be fucking awesome. Please.
Yeah. Next up is Helck. While humanity celebrates the defeat of the Demon King by the hands of a lone hero, the denizens of the demon world prepare for the contest of a lifetime, a tournament to decide who would inherit the title of Demon King, animated by Satelight. What do you guys think about this one?
Not much, honestly.
Is it not supposed to be Satellite?
Oh, it might be Satellite, yeah.
No, it's Satelight.
So with this one, I had heard good things about the manga.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
And with it, because I think where most of I could be wrong. Again, we're just basing these off the first episode, obviously. I think a lot of the show is its humor, and I don't know if the anime is really adding anything that I couldn't get from the manga. Now it could turn into some crazy battle anime because it seems like the whole thing is a tournament. So maybe, but it seems like most of it lies with its humor, and I feel like I would maybe just be better off reading it.
Yeah, it feels like the pacing's weird. Like,
yeah,
feels like you could get this across a lot quicker because you can just by reading it. But I know that can be said about everything. But here, it's just it feels long. I felt the length.
Oh my god, yeah. Like,
yep.
I fucking hated this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was so bored, and it was so long. Like, just imagine a picture or like a gif of a guy sitting in a chair. His head is down, and he's just shaking his head. That's me. Like, I was fucking upset. I was like, God damn, man, this. I did not like it.
See, I didn't hate it, but this didn't make me want to watch the anime anymore. This made me go, well, maybe I should read the manga.
Yeah, that's my takeaways. I'm interested in the manga because I like the idea of a human that's like, nah, fuck humans. I'm actually pro demon.
Yeah,
I think that's fucking funny.
That was funny. That was funny. Other than that, I was just kind of, I don't know, it killed me. But yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah. I don't really have too much to say other than that.
Yeah, I was about to say that's it with this one. But like I said, I am interested to check out the manga.
Yes.
And maybe you'll get a kick out of it if you have read the manga. Maybe you'll get a kick out of the anime.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you guys have been waiting for this and you love it. So, that's fine. Completely fine. All right. Next up is level 1 demon lord and one room hero. A hero defeats a demon in a great battle. Years later, the demon revives as a child and finds the hero is now a loser. Now both must work together to revive their former glory, animated by Silverlink and Blade.
Surprisingly, it's not an isekai, even though it kind of feels like one.
It feels like an isekai, but it's not.
Yep.
It's really weird. If anything, it's like a reverse isekai, or also known as reincarnation.
But in this world, it's like 10 years have went by. It's just like time progressed, and now society is like normal society, real world, but with magic creatures, people.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed this a good bit. I think it is interesting, like the dynamic being like, oh, this hero kills the demon. Oh, the demon wanted to come back early to kill the hero, and the demon king god is just like a little demon girl now. And the once great hero that defeated him is now just like caught up in all of these like celebrity scandals, and he's kind of just like somebody that lives in an apartment.
And he cheated on a lot of women.
Yeah, like a serial cheater. So that I mean that's interesting. Like I've never not many shows that really like have the concept of, oh, this fantastical hero defeated the demon lord. Oh, also it takes place in like modern day Tokyo. Like I find that kind of interesting.
It's also just fucking funny. To me personally, I had a lot of fun here. Because it made me a little giggly, especially the way the Demon King just says like "fuck, this is sad," and just walks out, and they come back, and they're like, "Fuck it, dude, I'm gonna fix you, man."
Yeah, like I have to live here to help you. Also, Winslow, that cover you sent rocks.
Well, my thing is the guy to the left.
What the fuck is it up with his proportions?
I was about to say the foreshortening and proportions are fucking awful. Jesus Christ. Like,
yeah, because they showed this guy at the end of episode 1, and he is not proportioned like this.
Nah.
I'm so sorry to the
artist. Could just be the manga because artist or the
cover artist just Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. It's bad. That looks bad. Okay. I'm done with that. Yeah, I giggled. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's pretty
No.
fun. Gosh, I'm trying to think because I watched this like late at night when I was like sleepy. The Demon King looks funny.
Yeah,
Demon
it's
Lord.
just a fucking wearing a sailor outfit.
A little goofball. A little goofball.
Yeah. And then the Demon King's assistant just wears a
fucking
swimsuit.
Swimsuit. I was like, what the hell? Also, what?
I mean, that's what we all wear to work.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. We're a bunch of just we're just a bunch of sexy ass motherfuckers, right?
Yeah, that's just facts right there, bro.
You could have said swimmers, but yeah.
I mean, technically, everybody's swimmers because we all won if we're born. Sperm.
Thanks, Colt.
I'm just gonna let Colt sit with that for a second.
These swimmers is referred to semen, and swimming to the egg. We're all swimmers.
No, I actually don't get it.
Okay, I'm explaining it.
Can you explain it to me in excruciating detail?
Oh, yes, I can. Semen is made when you stimulate the penis, and it's used for reproduction. And you would have sex with a person with a vagina, and the semen would go after the egg and inseminate it. It'd break the shell and start making a little life form thing. That's it, pretty much.
Look at this character sheet I sent of the assistant.
Good lord! Yeah, I'm watching. Right? I'm watching more of this. I'm watching more of this.
You fucking horn dog.
I mean, I liked it. I would probably watch the second episode.
Yeah, I didn't hate it. It was like, I'm trying to think. I feel like, or maybe this was after because I feel like somebody said that like the last chunk of anime we had to watch because this was that, or no, it wasn't. Wait, yeah, it was. It was the last chunk of anime we had to watch. Somebody was like, it's okay, the last chunk or whatever. So I was kind of worried, but no, it was. This was good. This was good.
It was good.
Yeah, I almost forgot to watch this show. This was the very last show I watched.
To be fair, it was on the dock in the middle of two shows we've already watched.
Yeah,
that's exactly how I missed it.
No, I missed a lot of shows. I almost missed a lot of shows because it was so hard to read because they were just these names. They have such big fucking names.
That's the fun of it, especially the fucking isekai ones.
I know.
But yeah, I would give this a half-hearted check it out. I would definitely say it has potential to be really funny.
Yeah, gotta watch that second episode.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out the second episode if nothing else.
All right, are we ready for the final one?
Final show.
Let's just say we're ending on a banger.
The cream de la cream, the perfect, the best. We're saving the best for last. That's right. You guessed it. The Dreaming Boy is a realist.
And you might be thinking, what? And I'll take your what and I'll double it. And I'll say, what? Why is this the last one on our list?
I'll take your what and I'll double it. Tanner,
hey, double it and give it to somebody else.
Shit. Listener,
can you take? Do you want? Oh God, do you want these whats or do you want to pass it on, double it, pass it to somebody else? Say it now.
Fuck, they gave it back to us.
We'll wait all day.
Yeah, we'll wait.
You might as well tell us what it's about.
I'll tell you what it's about. So, Wataru Sajo has been asking AYAKA Natsukawa, a beautiful girl in his class, to go out with him and getting turned down. One day he realizes he is not worthy of her and begins to distance himself from her. However, AYAKA mistakenly thought he disliked her and she started to get involved with him. Now, I should mention, I didn't realize this. This was animated by Studio Gokimi and Axis, one of the other studios that we've mentioned on here. For some reason, I didn't have the animation studios for these high dive anime. I don't know why. So I literally added them right before we recorded this.
Yeah,
so
this is the same people that animated Reborn as a Vending.
Yeah.
That was better than this by a good bit.
I would say by 100%.
Yeah.
This might be my least favorite show we watched.
I did not like it. Oh my god. Now, remember what I said about Helck? Take that for this as well.
Yes. I felt like what you felt for Helck for this. And I didn't like Helck.
I just, oh my god, it killed me to watch this. I was like, I don't fucking care. I don't know.
Yeah, that was me. I'm like, I don't feel sorry for this character. Like, I don't like him. Because obviously in the events leading up to the show, he's like a serial stalker. And then he's like, I want to stop.
Yeah, he just doesn't have game. And now he's like, now it's like a weird thing. Like, oh, he's not throwing himself at me.
Yeah. Why isn't he stalking me? Oh, and now he's dark and mysterious because he's not talking. And it's just like, oh, like, I wanted to gouge my eyes out when we watched it.
Yeah, same. Like, I don't. What do you want from me? Dreaming Boy's a realist. No, I think Stalker Boy just got tired of the hunt. I don't know.
What the
fuck? Yeah. Yeah, probably my least favorite show of the whole season.
Yeah, it's down there. It really is down there.
Definitely like bottom 3.
Why is this the last one? Why are we ending on such a fucking dud?
I told you it was to fuck with the audience.
God damn it. Yeah, you've been waiting for it.
Don't you know how sometimes in movies the good part's in the middle?
Yeah,
and
but
don't you know I'm kind of an abstract kind of evil goblin? So when it comes to my humor and fucking with people, this is how I do it.
Yeah, imagine this podcast has been like a 3-act play, and we were building up to the climax, and right before it, we just stopped.
On purpose.
Yeah, no, completely intentional, or artistic intent.
Yeah, just picture this podcast is Red Dead Redemption 2, and right as Arthur is about to go to sleep forever, instead of tuberculosis, he gets hit with a grenade. And like the grenade's in his mouth, so his head fucking explodes.
Tell me that wouldn't leave you shocked though, if that's how.
Oh yeah,
I
would be pissed.
That would leave me shocked.
Yeah,
this doesn't leave me shocked.
Yeah.
Jesus. I have I found Mountain Dew Frostbite at a gas station earlier today, and I'm drinking it right now.
What the fuck?
I was gonna ask, because it kind of seems like that's the end of that talk. I was gonna ask what was everybody's top 3 shows of the season, top 3 new shows. So you can't say Jujutsu Kaisen, can't say Bleach, and you can't say Horimiya.
Well, what about Fate?
You can say Fate. Yeah, Fate can be
different. 3. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
All right, Colt. Let's start with you.
Give me a second. I'm trying to think. There's 31 of these fucking.
Well, I can do mine because I already thought of mine.
Yeah.
Double it, and give it to the next person.
Double it, give it to the next person. I would say my number 3. Hold on, I don't want to get the name wrong. I don't want to look stupid on my own show. My number 3 would be The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again today. I'm just as shocked as everybody else how much I loved it. My number 2 would be Undead Murder Farce. Nice. And my number 1 for the season, it has to be Zom 100.
Okay. That's a good list.
I have mine.
I have mine as well.
I'll go.
Yeah, fine. Colt, go first.
Double it and give it to the next person.
Okay. Number 3, Kitty Cat Big Kitty Cat. Number 2, Murder Farce, and number 1, Zom 100.
Okay, so you literally just stole my top 3.
Oh my god, I did. I wasn't even listening to you, Tanner. I'll be honest with you.
Wow.
Because I was looking at the listing and like, what do I like? And the thing is, those 3 are that's it.
Can I give my top?
Yeah, go for it, Wenzel.
No, I think we should end plugs.
Damn. Double it and give it to the next person. Hold on, sorry. That frostbite's hitting me. I'm gonna say this. I don't have a top 3. I have a top 5.
Damn, go for it.
All right, number 5 is The Masterful Cat is Depressed. Number 4 is Reincarnated as Vending Machine.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Number 3 is Fate, Strange Fake. Number 2 is Undead Murder Farce, and number 1 is 100.
Yeah. So I think if I was to extend my 3 to a 5, I would include Vending Machine and Strange Fate, Strange Fake.
I would too.
Yeah.
Fate would be 4 and Vending Machine would be 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, nice. If I were to extend mine to 6, I'd probably put the Dark Gathering in there.
If I was to extend mine to 6, I'd probably put Dark Gathering. If I wanted to go to 8, I'd probably go to Demon Lord and 1 row. If I wanted to go to 9, I'd probably add fuck, man, I don't know.
God, if I were to go to 7, I'd actually add Gene of AI.
Oh shit, yeah, Gene of AI. Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna go off the basis. I assume we're all cooking up a top 15. No. This has already been by far the longest anime review ever.
Yeah.
Well, are we ready for plugs?
Plug it up.
Plug.
Well, thank you everybody for listening to our summer anime review for 2023. Let us know if you like this.
Did you see what Tanner sent?
No.
What?
I just thought y'all ignored it. I was like, that's so weird that they're ignoring.
Oh, whoa.
I
don't know why Colt screamed.
You're right in the middle of fucking plugs. Let us know if you like this format going forward with the anime reviews. If we should maybe try to narrow it down to 7, 8, 9 shows, or if you like us just taking as Wenzel said, the lion's share of the shows for the season and going forward with it. You can follow us on Twitter at AYCH Podcast. You can follow us on Instagram, AYCH Podcast, twitch.tv/allyoucanhear, youtube.com/ all you can hear, and at AYCH Podcast on YouTube. So just search one of those, you'll find us. Got some cool video game-esque stuff cooking up. We'll have some announcements for that coming up in the upcoming weeks that we're all pretty excited about. I'm trying to think. Go follow us on TikTok, AYCH Podcast. We're going to be cooking some stuff over there soon. So go follow that. Surprise.
Yeah.
AYCH Podcast on TikTok. Let's see. I'm trying to think if anything else is like ready to be announced. We have a lot of shit coming up. We're going to have a lot of announcements coming your way here within the next couple of weeks that I think y'all would really enjoy.
Yeah. If you've been paying attention to our Twitters, me and Tanner will be at the Sidewalk Film Festival in Birmingham at the end of August.
Yes, Wenzel and I are going to Sidewalk at the end of August. We are doing an episode at Sidewalk that will actually go up on Labor Day Monday, so it would be the week after Sidewalk ends. So be looking out for that. We have a lot of stuff. Just keep an eye out on AYCH Podcast to Twitter. You'll know what we're cooking up. Go to AYCH Extra. A new episode of Instruction Booklet just came out yesterday. Go listen to it. Backlog Boys will come back stronger than ever. We kind of double, triple booked ourselves.
Yeah, and that was just for the main show.
Yeah. But it will come back stronger than ever. Don't you worry. It won't be too long. And I guess you can follow me on Twitter at Tanner1495. And like I said, just kind of keep an eye out on all of our socials because we're cooking.
Yeah. Also X might be gone soon, so I don't know. Watch out.
Yeah, fuck. Man.
We'll make a threads.
Yeah.
Maybe eventually.
Maybe. Me now?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. My name Colt. Follow me on Twitter, ColdD00. Send me a picture of a chicken wearing boots.
All right. Odd request.
Just curious.
I'm kind of curious now too.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening. I'm Wenzel. This has been a journey, obviously, because we also record this over 3 days. Hope you enjoyed it. Follow me on Twitter at Winsy Wilkie. Follow me on Threads at World of Winsy. Follow me on Instagram, my Instagram, World of Winsy as well. Or sorry, at World of Winsy. And follow my Bookstagram, Wenzel Banters. I have Linktree for everything, including X, Instagram, Letterboxd, Goodreads. So follow me on there.
You don't have to call it X. You can call it Twitter.
I know I should. I look at it. I'm like X. I just say
it's Twitter.
X.
I will never say X unless I'm being a dick about it.
I would never say X unless I'm being held at gunpoint. Wink, wink.
Oh.
Tanner just
shit!
Sent a crazy
Tanner.
Image.
Damn. Okay, never mind. Then don't send in the picture of chicken with boots. Don't send that in.
If you have a different one, I'd be cool, like cowboy boots or like those traditional Mexican boots that are like super long. Anything like that, I'm super curious.
I don't know. This kind of fills it for me. So.
Wow.
Sorry. Yeah. Go. Keep an eye out for everything.
Yeah. Keep an eye out on our socials. Keep an eye out on the podcast feed. And as always, stay beautiful.
Mwah.